Recording in progress.
bem-vindos ao 3tentos Day
Welcome
2024.
to 3tentos Day 2024. We're honored to welcome all of you here in the room and also those of you online on YouTube. Welcome, welcome. This is a day to celebrate the third anniversary of our IPO. We're very happy, and I hope you enjoy this conference. We'll be discussing what we've been doing throughout the year of 24 and also what lies ahead in our history, a history that dates back to 1995 in Santa Barbara do Sul in the state of Rio Grande do Sul. Today, we have a wholesome ecosystem with inputs, grains, and the industry. So we have a lot to talk about today. Let me take this opportunity to say that those of you that are online, we have this presentation in English at our IR website. Also, there's a link in the YouTube video description. All right, let's go with the agenda for this morning. The opening ceremony at 9 o'clock, and then we'll have our first panel discussing go-to-market strategies. Then, commodities and logistics. There will be a brief coffee break, a 15-minute break. We will then be back to talk about food security and energy transition. There will be a Q&A session and then the closing remarks. Before we talk about the Q&A, let me tell you that there will be a QR code available throughout the event. Please submit your question through the form. Do so. And those of you that are online on YouTube, you can also send in your questions using the same link available at the video description. I'm honored to welcome 3tentos CEO, the Vice Chairman of the Board, Luiz Montoro do Céu, and the CEO and Chairman of the Board, João Marcelo Giloncel. Let's give it up for them. Thank you.
Bom dia, pessoal.
Good morning.
Muito bem-vindos ao 3tentos.
Welcome to the 3tentos Day. It's a very great pleasure to be here this morning. Welcome and good morning. Thank you for attending this conference here and also online. It's both a pleasure and a responsibility to be here today to talk about the company today. There are two special events in the year. The prop show. This is our field day. It's been going on since 1995. Some 6-7 years ago, it got some impulse. It happens in our research center in Rio Grande do Sul, and we'll be doing the same thing in Mato Grosso, in our research center there. And also the 3tentos Day for investors, for the market, more specifically. The first one took place at the B3 Stock Exchange. The last one was in Sinop, in the state of Mato Grosso last year. And this third time around, we're coming back to Faria Lima once again, so that we can get closer to you. The next one will be also on the field. João Marcelo, the team, decided to do it 1 year here in the city and then the next year on the field. And the crop show, the 25th, or in 2025, it will happen in February in Santa Barbara do Sul. We'll be closer to the producers, to the farmers, and the agricultural market.
Encontrando aquilo que nós temos de muito claro na nossa mente.
This
de
is very
aproximar o
clear to
mercado
us, which
financeiro,
is
de
to bring in
a Faria
the
Lima
financial market and bring Faria Lima to the farm and vice
Muito
versa.
obrigado por estar
So,
conosco nessa
thank you
manhã.
once again for being here this morning.
Eu tenho roteirinho aqui.
Let me double check on my script
Aqui é
for
a
a minute.
nossa plataforma de negócios.
This is
Conversava com os
our
amigos aqui,
business
Marcelo, de
platform.
como a 3tentos, se isso
I was
foi
just talking
fórmula,
to
como
some
fazer.
friends a while ago, João Marcelo.
Realmente ele foi construído
Is this a
ao
formula?
longo desses 29 anos
Anyway,
de
this
forma
platform
genuína.
has been built
Nós começamos
in the
com a
past
semente,
20 years.
valorizando
We
muito a
started out
pesquisa,
with
valorizando
seeds,
muito o
acknowledging the role and the
melhoramento
importance of
genético.
research,
Depois logo veio a
breeding,
biotecnologia,
and then
mas uma
biotechnology
proximidade muito
came in,
grande com o produtor rural,
but we have been very close to farmers from the
motivando,
get-go.
atuando para que cada
We've
vez
been
mais
supporting
ele
them,
fosse fazendo a gestão
encouraging
das suas
them
propriedades,
so that they could
obtendo
manage
resultado
their
para
farms
que a gente continuasse,
successfully.
passasse no início a ganhar juntos.
Our
E é o que
goal
vem
was
acontecendo.
to be profitable together,
Sabemos que é um
and
mercado
this has been going on
que nos
for quite some
impõe
time.
desafios
We know
para a empresa
it's
e para
this
os
industry
produtores
is
rurais,
subjected to
mas ele é
seasonality
crescente.
for both the company and
No
farmers, but it's a
Brasil,
growing
muito
industry,
forte.
however,
Hoje,
and
o
it's
nosso time
growing
de 2.000,
steadily in Brazil.
mais de 2.000
We have
colaboradores,
over
time que
2,000
faz a diferença, que
employees,
conhece o campo e
a
conhece o
team
mercado.
that knows the
Hoje,
market
mais de 28
and
mil
the farm
investidores.
very well. Over
Isso nos dá
8,000
muita segurança
investors.
para seguir em frente.
So that gives us the backing
Sem
we
dúvida
need to
nenhuma,
keep on
essa
pushing hard.
intimidade que o Osório trouxe, né, com o cliente, o conhecer
I'm
o campo,
certain that
né,
knowing the
obviamente não de uma
farmer
forma
and their
tão
pains
planejada
very
como às vezes
well,
parece, mas foi o que foi nos dando tração,
this is what has
foi nos dando
helped us
a
gain
solidez,
traction
toda o background
and
para
that
nós crescer,
robustness
sempre alinhado
to
com o que o
push us
produtor
forward.
precisa de nós. E
We've
como que
always
se
been
deu esse
aligned
crescimento,
to what
né?
farmers
Esse
need from
crescimento,
us.
né, a gente pode ver aqui,
So this is how this
ele
growth
está
played
acontecendo
out.
aí de uma forma bastante consistente.
This has been very
Esses
consistent,
números aqui
as
são
you can
números
see.
recentes. Nós fizemos o nosso
These
call de
are
resultados,
recent
aliás,
figures. We had our
boa parte de
earnings
vocês talvez
call.
tenham acompanhado,
I
mas
believe
quem
that most of
acompanhou,
you attended
a
it.
gente já tem o release, enfim, alguns números
Well,
a
the
gente
release has been
vai
published.
até trazer novamente aqui para
I'm
poder
going
lembrar.
to show
Então,
you a couple of
300 é uma
those
empresa de
numbers.
crescimento. 300 vem crescendo
Three
nesse
Tentos
CAGR
has been
de praticamente
going
30%
of almost
há muitos
30%
anos,
CAGR
CAGR
for
médio.
many
Né?
years.
Nós
That's
estamos
the
aí,
average
né, já
CAGR.
com o crescimento em 2024, né,
The
comparando
growth
os primeiros
for
9 meses, de
2024, when we compare
50%
the
em relação a
first 9
22.
months,
Então, isso é o
50%
quê?
growth when
Isso é
compared
a
to
consistência
the
do
same
trabalho,
period of
mas de
last
novo
year.
destacando, isso é
This
acima
is
de
the
tudo
result of
o nosso
consistent work,
compromisso com o
but
agricultor.
above all,
É o
our
nosso compromisso
commitment
em entender ele e gerar
to
valor na
farmers
cadeia.
to understand
Por isso que a
them
gente tem
and
conseguido,
create value in that
através,
chain.
obviamente, de time forte,
Of course, we
através
have a
de
strong
parceiros de
team
toda a ordem
behind it,
que nos apoiam,
very
que
good
acreditaram e
partners
acreditam na 3tentos,
that have supported
conseguimos
us,
construir essa caminhada
partners
e esse
that believe in
crescimento
us.
aí, como
So
a
that's
gente
the
pode acompanhar
reason
aqui um crescimento muito
behind
sólido.
this very solid and
Aqui é o nosso
successful
Brasil.
journey.
Nessa abertura,
This is our country. This is
na
Brazil.
verdade, eu pedi esse mapa dessa forma.
I wanted to
A
show
gente
the
pode
map
ver a nossa
as it is
liderança incontestável em soja.
because we are
Aqui nós podemos ver a nossa atuação, a
undoubtedly
relevância
the leader in soybeans and
do
how
Brasil
relevant
em milho.
a role we play
E vamos
in
falar
corn.
em carne bovina e frango também.
We'll be talking about
Não
beef and
somente como
poultry,
somos, mas o potencial
chicken.
que temos de melhoria.
not only where we're at, but how much more we can grow in terms of yields. And this is the Brazil that is successful, a Brazil that grows. Of course, there are challenges, difficulties, but it's been shown to be very resilient. This is the belief we have in our business. That's our DNA. We are children of farmers and grandchildren and great-grandchildren of farmers. And we're also farmers as well. So the entire team of 3tentos. We are going to talk about relationship at length, trust, the trust we have in customers and partners across the board. Many of you are represented here today. And this is the mindset, this is the joy we want to share with you this morning. This is not going to be a presentation broken down by department. We'd like to bring in the board members, all the directors, and they'll be available to answer any questions you may have during the Q&A or during the coffee break. This is to talk about us, some external guests, but we'll be talking about the business and the outlook, all the challenges and the opportunities. And there are many opportunities out there. Cristiano, our CFO, join us on stage, please. Cristiano.
Alain
Araldi, our marketing director. Thank you. Inputs director.
Eduardo Menezes,
our sales director for both Mato Grosso and Rio Grande do Sul states. Luis Augusto, our commodities director. Luis Pedro, financial services director.
Leandro Carboni, nosso diretor industrial.
Carboni, our industrial director. Marcelo Tagliari, our administrative director. Miziara Alcântara, HR.
Acabou antes que cansem as palmas aí.
That's it, before you get tired of applauding. Anyway, let me just point out that this team here on stage, of course, there are many more behind us. We are here representing over 2,000 employees. The team that is throughout the country, but mostly in Rio Grande do Sul and Mato Grosso. We've been working and making things happen. Maybe we are at the forefront of the business, but those that are on the field, in the industries, in the stores, with customers, with suppliers, that are driving trucks, providing logistics services, are actually responsible for the entire success of the company. Of course, we are here thanking you once again on behalf of the entire 3tentos team. Thank you very much. A very strong team. Let's keep those of you that are at the first panel, for Vione, Eduardo Menezes, and João Marcelo do Moncel. And for the first panel, strategies to go to market, Markestrati Director Mateus Consoli is joining us. Let's welcome him with a warm round of applause.
Vou pedir licença para não sentar aqui também, porque, né, conversa.
I will now take my seat. It's always better to sit down when you talk. We can also have more time to discuss the topics at hand. Before starting, I'd like to ask each one of you to introduce yourselves, starting with Ben-Hur. Good morning, everyone. It is a pleasure to be here with you this morning. My name is Ben-Hur Vione. I'm the son of a farmer, an agronomist by training. I started working in a cooperative space, worked at BASF for 5 years, and I've been at 3tentos for more than 12 years now, leading inputs, fertilizer, seeds, crop protection, and specialty crops. Eduardo, good morning, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here and welcome you here, and all of those watching remotely as well. Thank you. Well, I am also the son of a farmer, also an agronomist by training. Spent 14 years at FMC, working with crop protection, pesticides, market access, marketing, sales. And for the last 10 years, I've been at 3tentos, leading expansions and the commercial team as a whole, 69 stores today, close to 1,100 employees in the sales of inputs and grain origination. And our special guest, Mateus, please. Thank you, João. Thank you for the invite. My name is Mateus Consul, one of the founders of Market Strat. Market Strat is an agency that provides consultancy work for agriculture, inputs. Some of our clients, partners are here today, and other projects along with farmers. I've had the pleasure of working here in this industry for 21 years. 3tentos is one of our first clients, so this longevity is something that appeals, that talks to my heart, and we are now present across 20 countries, and today we have over 600 customers. Thank you once again, and I hope this turns out to be a very fruitful conversation. So our topic for this first panel is go-to-market strategy in agriculture. From the point of view of 3tentos, of course, more specifically for input retail scenario. And as I'd like to always emphasize our three pillars: inputs, grains, and industry. So the first pillar is input sales, trading, which is the starting point of our relationship with farmers. So first and foremost, for us to have an idea of the size of this market, the size of agribusiness in Brazil from the point of view of inputs and also grains, and we're only here talking about the market that 3tentos has access. And also we're going to be talking briefly about the main states in the industry, and which also appear on the slide. So Mateus, could you please give us your opening remarks on this larger system? You know Brazil, you've been around for a long time, you have a broader view of this industry. So as we start this conversation, what would you have to say about the Brazilian market right now? Well, the input market is closely linked to technology and acreage. So that's a market where Brazil leads the world in terms of fertilizers, seeds, pesticides, and specialty crops. This market has grown for the past 20 years significantly. If you're looking from outside the industry, from the finance services, you look at the market and you saw this peak of growth during the pandemic, then it sort of slowed down. But if you remove 21, 22 from that picture, the expectation remains one of expansion for the next year. So we anticipate the input markets to grow at least 3% a year until 2030, or 20% compound growth until 2030. Of course, different components. Why is it going to grow? Because the expansion of Brazilian acreage is expected to reach 1.92% a year until 2030. So we're probably going to move from 88 million hectares to 100 million hectares by 2030 across different crops. But the fertilizer market grows hand in hand with acreage, especially in the Cerrado region, an area which will grow faster than the southern areas because of soil management, expansion itself, and so on. For crop protection, we expect markets to grow at a rate of 4%. You may ask about generic products coming in, of course, but on the other hand, there are new molecules being introduced or replaced, the emergence of new ingredients, and of course, biosolutions coming on strong, and we represent a growth of 14% a year. So the input market as a whole tends to grow significantly. João mentioned a number that you work with, close to 200 billion BRL. If you look at all crops in Brazil, our estimate is that a market of 270 billion BRL, getting close to 330 billion by 2030. So there are opportunities. It is a growing market, both in area, acreage, and also in technology, and by new products coming on board in the next cycle. So the bottom line question is, what players will be able to benefit more from those advantages? If you grow 3% only, you have not grown, you have just kept in line with the growth of the market. So you need to capture higher growth rates to be a winner. Thank you. I agree. As a backdrop, as a starting point for our discussion, I have to say that our positioning in the market is quite solid, with a positive outlook of growth, and that is an important lever for our future projects. Now, when you talk about the current crop, what can you say about the 24-25 crop year? What's happening out in the field? What can you tell us about that, both in Brazil and in our area? So people like to say that this year is atypical, but I haven't seen a typical year since 2003, so every year is atypical. Anyway, 2024 was perhaps one of the years where farmers took the longest to go to field because of price, climate issues, and other factors. So planting across the main regions saw some delay, but that has been offset. And for the past 2 quarters, the industry seems to have recovered those early delays. And that, of course, pressured input sales, which happened in June, July. That didn't happen this year. This year, it's only happening now. We're now in November, and we still see trading going on. But the acreage will be planted, and we'll have to ship that product somehow. And of course, all the other businesses that come along, right? This year was a year where margins were pressured. Farmers, in some situations, had to cut down on costs for soil management, seed purchases, and chemicals for a first treatment, if you will. So this year, farmers are going to use products in a more rational way, if you will. But the key, the bottom line here is that you need to fit farmers' needs. You no longer have high technology, low technology farmers out there. Low technology farmers are non-existent, right? All farmers are now high technology farmers, as I see it. So investments still happen to a high degree. So what might happen is a cut and some complementary products, for example, nutrition or biosolutions. But as for pesticides, fertilizers, seeds, we expect a normal scenario. As for pricing, if we look at the assumptions around soybean production in Brazil, Argentina, Paraguay, the US, the 24-25 cycle, and probably 25-26 are expected to have stable prices or even a low price in US dollar for soybeans. In Brazil, we also have this foreign exchange dynamic, and perhaps the US dollar will be a positive force for pricing here in Brazil, even if we see a stable pricing level abroad. As for corn, we see a positive scenario going forward. The US is using our corn to produce biofuels, and we'll be able to export increasingly more corn to them. You talked about price from the point of view of production and inputs. How do you see the market for input pricing today? Let's talk about fertilizers. Fertilizers come from few global suppliers. It's a very consolidated market. and it sort of follows along FX variation. So we do not see prices going down in US dollars, and of course, this will reflect in Brazil because of FX situations. For pesticides, for the past few years, we saw high levels of inventory because of logistics issues, a fear of scarcity for products. So high inventory levels. With that, prices dropped. All industries felt that. But we have reached rock bottom. Prices cannot go further down. Now you have new supplies of new molecules, which will come to market at current prices. So we do not expect to see prices going down in pesticides, with a few exceptions. And of course, as a reminder, there are new molecules coming on board to replace older products. At the same time, a relevant market which will emerge is that around biosolutions. Is a very attractive, high-margin market. It is growing, as I said, but that's the one where we have more entrants, more new players. So the prices of bio inputs tend to drop in the coming years, but the volume, the adoption rate will increase and offset that. They continue to grow at the rate of 14, 15%. So I wouldn't expect prices to go down that much, but we have a new standard for production costs for the next 2 crop years. Go, Eduardo. From the point of view of 3tentos, what would you have to say? So just to update you all in terms of planting, talking about Rio Grande do Sul, the rice crop that we have, we hold the higher share of the market in rice. We now have 85% of our acreage is already planted. By the end of the month, we should be finishing planting. We have areas with advanced irrigation systems up and running, so we are quite bullish. The rice crop is our second highest ranking crop in terms of input sales in the South, with very important profitability levels for the past 5 years. Rice is a crop which is quite profitable for us and for farmers, so we are doing well in rice. As for soybeans, up until Sunday, we had planted 25% of the acreage in the state, 10 percentage points better than last year. So that, of course, provides us with an expectation of higher yields. And with the climate becoming more favorable for the next cycle, we also see more opportunities, especially because of that delay mentioned before. Our penetration, our footprint in Rio Grande do Sul favors us in terms of input purchases. In Mato Grosso, there was some delay early on, but then they had a window for planting, which was well managed for the past couple of weeks, especially where we are along Highway 163. They have planted 90% of the soybean acreage. For the Cerrado farmers, this is great. They have a very good planting capacity. So even though it started late because of low moisture in the soil, they have resumed planting at a very nice pace. In Araguaia, we already have 3 stores. We have reached 95% of acreage planting. So we expect to have a second crop planted within the right window with good yield for corns at the end of the day. Very good. It's also important to understand, Mateus, when we talk about this retail transformation, if you will, we understand that retail has changed significantly for the past few years. And how do you see this recent past, if you will, and what can you predict for the future of retail? I like to call it input distribution. Companies like 3tentos are not very common, right, in this segment. But what we call retail does not really apply to inputs in terms of concept. Retail is sales for the final user, but we have longer cycles, high average tickets, and it is a highly technical sale. You do not wake up in the morning and go to a store and buy something. That's not how it happens in agriculture. So agriculture retail is much more technical. It's closer to B2B than to B2C. So first off, you need to analyze how a business structure is put together. It's a very specific logistics sales team. For the past few years, Brazil went through a consolidation wave for that segment, not only in distribution, but also around cooperatives. Not all players designed operating models that came out as winners. Some companies are doing well, not so much. We have small companies doing well, larger companies doing not so well. So the operational business needs to be efficient, needs to have a robust financial capacity. That's important. And of course, farmers are also changing. They are more professional, they are well informed, they have access to data, to other products. So it's key here to understand that we have larger companies, more leverage, with more demanding farmers, and that requires more efficient business models. And also key is that not all companies managed to advance along those lines to deal with this transformation that you mentioned. So that's how I see it. You have to be close to farmers, financially robust, and operationally excellent. If you do not do your homework well, you're not going to do well in the end. Otherwise, you're going to struggle to move forward. If I may add to the conversation, how can we translate this new moment farmers and the industry is going to? And logistics plays a key role there. We were talking before about this delay in planting we had this year. The fact that we are close to farmers makes a world of difference. The challenge we have today is to become increasingly connected with our farmers out in the field to be even more efficient, both financially, but also in terms of being in the right place at the right time when farmers need. And of course, also working with skilled professionals, because farmers are more skilled, they are more well informed when they do business. So our research arm linked with our training academies for sales and leadership to really transform our employees in a more thorough, more complete professional. When they sell a seed, they also capturing the opportunity to buy the grain to feed back to the industry. So it's a whole cycle. So we need to build partnerships, to be close with farmers, know their everyday needs, and then offer what we have in terms of solutions. In other words, logistics and operational excellence. He just mentioned our farmer partners. It is important to understand how they think, what is driving their decisions. It's important for us to touch upon that. If you could tell us what you think about that. As I said, this is rather a B2B business. So relationships are key. Farmers spend millions of BRLs per hectare, one crop, two crops, even three crops. So farmers always want to buy well, sell with safety, and have high yields. And this survey that McKinsey conducts frequently has reinforced all that. Farmers, even when you have highs and lows, farmers very rarely cuts down on acreage. Farmers are optimistic by nature. Optimism is in their DNA. So farmers need to increase yield, of course. Their insurance, if you will, lies around better yields. That's why they love innovations, new solutions, new products, new services. And not many companies can bundle all that together and offer that as a unique solution. But at the same time, farmers are more professional. They do not want to depend on only one supplier. They want to buy from different sources. That's why you have the multi-channel business models that have grown in Brazil, because farmers need that. They feel safer when they have more alternatives. From their point of view, that's risky to have only one source. And there's also a generational issue there. We have a younger generation, which is much more connected, much more digital, of course. And of course, sustainability is still a hot topic. Farmers need to abide by a very strict legislation, as we know. And of course, the people topic is also important. To find the right people, skilled labor, that's no easy task. And last but not least, agriculture is a leveraged business by nature. So farmers need credit, need financing to continue to expand. If we were in a mature scenario, those decades-long cash would be enough. But as we're constantly expanding, farmers constantly need more capital to buy equipment, buy technology, expand, and so on. So as long as we have agricultural expansion in Brazil, agriculture will demand more capital and more financing. Those components that emerge in survey combine opportunities from the industry and for the farmers. And you need to be able to offer that. And goodwill alone will not cut it. You need to work, hard work, to deliver what an increasingly more demanding farmer wants. As João Marcelo has said before, we now have a farmer which is much better positioned and which requires more ability, more efficiency on our side. And that's where our training academy comes into play, our technical assistance, technical services, consulting. João calls it decision-based agriculture. Not only precision, but decision. So that's what we emphasize, the help farmers make the right decision as they seek more profitability and more higher yields. Ben-Hur could perhaps tell us about our access model, how 3tentos positions itself vis-à-vis the farmers and the market amidst a changing world. We see changing happening all around us. Well, for me, it is a pleasure to be able to talk about that, because that picture, that image, materializes everything we believe in terms of business model, our ecosystem. Our ecosystem includes the training of our teams, the positioning of our offers to customers, all the way down to the sale of inputs after we have understood the needs of different regions. It also includes this follow-up of all the crops as we identify opportunities and identify better uses for those inputs. And for that, we use Terra Trace as a tool and other tools we have available to do business. Those tools allow us to better manage and plan our business, our partnerships with farmers at the right time, allows farmers to sell forward when they have to. That's all concentrated in the first bit of that picture. And throughout that process, the units which are halfway, they're closer to the market, allowing us to have an efficient logistics system to deliver inputs in the amount and at the time when they're needed. At the same time, those units are close to receive those grains, which will be grown, linked to that first planning phase. And logistics, once again, plays an important role, because that very same grain being delivered to feed our industries or be shipped out to other countries in the world, they will be connected to the input once again, circling back as a fertilizer, circling back to the system and start a new cycle. The nice thing about it is that there is a highly integrated approach, which is to include new production systems that will add results for the farmer and for the business chain. A clear example was the introduction of canola in the US, sorghum in Mato Grosso, which fits the chain perfectly. And also important to emphasize is that we have this care that we have with impact, all those actions we put in place will have on the chain as a whole. As an input director, I am concerned about bringing quality inputs to ensure exceptional performance from the industry side so that we have good indexes so that the meal, the soybean meal we're delivering in Asia and Europe is a high quality meal which comes from a very well planned industrial process. All of that working in sync across all teams and with a lot of technology involved. So that allows farmers to see in the grain they bought, in the grain they grow, they can monitor that via an app in their phone, pay the invoice using their phone, and do that with a lot of convenience, if you will. A lot of technology involved, a lot of synergy across areas, and above all, a high level of interaction across people. And as I said, a lot of care to make sure things work from end to end. So it's very rewarding to talk about this picture on the slide because it clearly summarizes everything we believe in and everything we do. Yes, and that strategy, as a reminder, 3tentos works both in Rio Grande do Sul and in the state of Mato Grosso, with stores, as we call them, or our units to receive grains, and our inputs arm in both geographies, and our recent start in the Araguaia Valley. In Mato Grosso, we worked along the BR-163 highway, and as of recent, as of earlier this year, we started a new project involving our corn ethanol plant. We are now also operating in the Araguaia Valley, which will add another 16 billion sales potential for inputs right off the bat. This will be added to our accessible market. Also, as you can see on the slide, we see the potential of growth. This is done by EMEA, the areas in Brazil where we have favorable conditions to convert pasture into agricultural land. And those areas are concentrated mainly in the northern part of Mato Grosso, where we already operate through our BR-163 hub, and also along the Araguaia Valley, where we are now just starting doing business. So a bit more detail will be translated into growth. As Mateus mentioned, what happened with 3tentos? We've grown with an average CAGR of over 27% and in the sales of inputs. And Mateus, what would be the challenges that we have going forward for that distribution system to be able to remain relevant in the market and also grow, of course? How can we continue to grow to follow the same path? Well, we've been working together for over 20 years. I can say or mention 4 or 5 things which are key. One of them, being able to integrate offerings with the field team. Many distributors in the country have not been able to integrate offerings. They sell pesticides, but they do not sell the seeds or the biosolution or bartering. The ones who are able to integrate offerings are doing better. Also, operating efficiency. Margins today are slightly tighter, so being efficient is also key. Number 3, to be more short run. People, how to find skilled labor in the places where you need them. So the more you expand the higher the challenge becomes of finding good people. Number four, the financial model to attract credit, to attract capital. That is a very tough business in terms of working with default. And number five, relationship with suppliers. So companies that suffered along one of those pillars will struggle. And the opposite is also true. If you have consistent work around all those pillars, you will have consistent result, consistent performance, as you guys have shown. And that, of course, fits 3tentos really well.
A gente destaca o
I agree
Araguaia.
with you, João, Mateus. Let me point out the Araguaia River Valley. We've started operations there back in May. 3 stores are already selling inputs with a complete display and now being able to be there in the double crop market. People, the business model, everything is in tune, which leads us to feel optimistic about the next 2 crop years. We have been 29 stores open since the IPO. We are almost at the 180 consultant number, over 40 store managers. And there's also that issue of trust and credibility as a culture in our country. It's much connected to managers, so we can sell more inputs, recurring purchases, and that keeps our team working for longer. So these are the highlights when we sell inputs at 3tentos. I know we're pressed for time, but we must acknowledge our top suppliers who are represented here today. It's a very close and transparent relationship. 100% of our partners in the state of Rio Grande do Sul, when we expanded to Mato Grosso, they came along the journey. Of course, we're faced with day-to-day challenges, but it's a very close, transparent, and long-lasting relation. You've been with us since 2003. Most of our suppliers have a similar history. So we have to acknowledge that. Thank you for believing and being close to us, despite the challenges we've faced. That's the reason of our results. And this has to do with the future. We're looking at the territorial expansion. There are stores that are new, that are not mature yet, with a lot of market share to be captured. And we're growing. In the Araguaia River Valley, there's spaces to be filled in the BR 163, in Mato Grosso, and also in Rio Grande do Sul, as well as other geographies that are being considered. We have an important inputs pillar that is now being developed. There are investments in seeds in Mato Grosso. We're starting seed production there. And in the state of Rio Grande do Sul, we are strengthening that production there. We're present in fertilizers, an important element in the inputs pillar, stronger partnerships, better logistics integration, crop protection. That's yet another pillar in which partnerships are being strengthened. We decided to take a somewhat different route. Other companies chose multi-partners. We at 3tentos, we work harder with the partners that have been with us in that expansion effort. So we expanded our businesses with them. These are the differences that may be the reason why we've had above average performance. And at the same time, encouraging the development in other crops on top of the traditional crops, soybeans, corn, and wheat, rice, and its inputs, we're bringing in two new crops. Canola in Rio Grande do Sul as an alternative for a winter crop. We'll be joining with wheat as a winter solution to make up their revenues, and a major input, a product that has twice as much oil than soybeans, an important driver for our industrial activities and biofuel, and sorghum. Alongside wheat in the Araguaia River Valley and the state of Mato Grosso, they'll be part of the basic raw material to produce ethanol. I think our time is up. We had a lot to talk about still, but I would like to give you the floor for a couple of seconds to give us your closing remarks. Let me start with our research center, the PDI. So information generation and knowledge generated in the areas we operate. It's a very integrated process with our teams. We generate information focused on these production systems. In the case of canola and sorghum, we believe this is very important to provide security, provide safety to our customers, but everything integrated to our ecosystem. A complete chain that includes the credit management system still being optimized to make up this entire scheme of strategies. As an outsider, I look at the verticalization model that you have. You will add value. Inputs, grains, and industry. Few agriculture companies adopt the same model. Maybe some co-ops can pull it off, but we don't have other companies that are public, so that can generate value and cash to the business. What we've seen in recent years, many distributors having a hard time maintaining their people. The turnover has been very high. Companies like yourselves who have managed to maintain a more stable team with alignment in the processes, you will, of course, you have been coming out winners. In conclusion, I've been talking to the sales team. We have to have clarity as to what we deliver to farmers. Of course, we provide them with our culture through that expansion effort, but we, as 3tentos, old and new stores, we provide value to farmers. Technical assistance based on the PDI, decision-making process based on technology, recommendations, and then logistics, inputs for inputs and grain, and then credit through barter, which is very important, or through credit, which is a very important element in that strategy. This is what we, in the end, deliver to farmers. All right, in conclusion, I like to repeat the phrase I said at the beginning, something that represents this team out there on the field, close to farmers and making this business happen. We are people from agribusiness working in agribusiness. Thank you so very much.
Ótimas reflexões para iniciarmos o nosso primeiro painel.
Well,
Agradeço,
this has been a great kickoff. Ron, Mateus, Ben-Hur, and Eduardo, thank you very much. Let me once again say that we have a QR code. Please submit your questions using that code. Moving on to the next item on the agenda, commodities and logistics.
Luiz Osório
our CEO, Luiz Osório
Dumoncel,
Dumoncel, Luiz Augusto
diretor de
Dumoncel,
e
Commodities
Thiago Milani,
Director,
head de
and
trading
Tiago
e
Milani,
originação. Uma salva de
Head of
palmas, por
Trading
favor.
and Origination. Let's hear it for them. Thank you.
Bem, pessoal, estamos novamente juntos aqui.
We're back
Agora para o nosso painel de commodities
together
e logística.
once again. Now this is the Commodities and Logistics panel.
Bater papo, Thiago,
Our
Luiz
goal
Augusto,
is to talk with you,
pra
Tiago,
gente
Luiz Augusto.
aprofundar pouco mais sobre esse setor, a
Let's
importância
take a deep dive
o setor de
in
commodities,
this
a diretoria
industry
de commodities
and how
da
important
3tentos.
the commodities
Vamos
department
aprofundar
is for
esse
3tentos.
momento.
Let's take a
Mas
deep
antes disso, eu
dive in
queria,
that sense.
Thiago e Luiz Augusto, que vocês
But first, Tiago
se
and Luis Augusto, I would like you to introduce yourselves and talk about what you do at
Bom
3
dia, Luiz
Tentos.
Osório. Bom dia a todos.
Good morning, Luis
Uma
Osório. Good morning,
alegria
everyone.
estar participando aqui de mais 3tentos Day. E
I'm very
poder
happy to
falar
be here
pouquinho do nosso dia a dia aqui, que tá
to talk
diretamente
about
ligado
what
a
we do
commodities, a
on a
logística,
daily basis.
a
Commodities,
muitas interações,
logistics.
como o Benhur falou aí,
There's a lot,
com
there
todas
are a
as
lot of
áreas da
interactions
3tentos.
with all the departments of the
E me
company.
apresentando rapidamente, então, me chamo Luiz Augusto.
I am Luis
Eu atuo
Augusto.
na 3tentos há 10
I've
anos,
been
completei
with
setembro aí
3 Tentos
desse ano.
10 years.
E antes disso tive uma
Before
passagem
that,
também, né, numa outra empresa do mercado agro,
I
voltado à
worked
gestão de
for
risco em
another
commodities.
agribusiness
Na
company
3tentos atuei
focused on
tanto na área de
commodities
insumos, né,
risks.
fui
At 3
responsável
Tentos, I
pela área de
worked
fertilizantes por alguns
at
anos. E há
inputs
3 anos
department. I
estou
was
à
in
frente
charge
aí
of
da área de
fertilizers.
logística, que envolve
And for the
desde a
past 3
originação dos
years, I
grãos,
took
né, a
over logistics,
movimentação
the
da
origination
logística,
of
os
grains,
transportes e a
logistics,
comercialização também não
transportation,
só dos grãos, né, a parte de
and
milho e trigo que nós
the
já
trade, not
trabalhamos,
only for the
mas
grains,
também dos derivados,
soybeans, corn,
hoje
and wheat,
da
but
soja
as well
e na
as the
sequência já os derivados
byproducts
de milho aí
of
também.
soybeans and also corn byproducts. Thank you. Tiago, over to
Bom dia
you.
a todos, primeiramente.
Good
Bom
morning,
dia,
everyone.
Luiz Osório. Uma satisfação estar
Good
aqui
morning,
com
Luis
vocês
Osório.
hoje.
I'm very happy to be here too.
Que eu participo.
That's the very first 3 Tentos
Eu sou
Day
Thiago Milani,
that I
eu
participate.
sou o head da área de
I'm
trade
Tiago
e
Milani. I
originação na
lead
3tentos.
the trading
Na minha
department,
carreira, eu
the
passei por
origination
algumas
area.
trades e algumas empresas
I've worked
locais,
for some trading companies in the
consultoria também,
past and
então
some
tenho mais
local
de 15 anos
consulting
aí
companies that have
no
been
mercado.
in this business for over
Deu para ver
15
muita
years.
coisa, aprender muito ao longo desse
I've
período todo.
learned
Também
a
sou
lot
filho e
in
neto
that
de
journey.
produtores.
I'm also the son and the grandson of farmers, so I'm familiar
No barro.
with the farm. I've been on a farm
E hoje,
time and time again.
como comentei, lidero essa área
As I said,
de originação,
I
uma área
lead
responsável
this
pela
trade
precificação,
origination. We're in
gestão
charge
da
of
margem,
pricing,
pela logística
margins,
intermodal e de
management,
portos, e
intermodal
pela execução internacional,
logistics,
que a gente
and the
acaba fazendo
international
aí as
execution,
exportações.
because we ended up handling exports as well.
A gente sabe a dimensão do Brasil,
We know how big our country is
a relevância,
and
a importância
it's
que tem
and the importance of
no cenário
agriculture.
mundial, a
I mean,
responsabilidade que
in the
nós temos
world
quanto a
stage,
alimentos, quanto a
and
energia
we are
renovável e
in
tantas
charge of
outras.
providing
Então,
food and
você
renewable
comentaria, dentro dessas
energy.
dimensões do Brasil, a nossa
When you take
atuação,
into account
qual é
the
a sua importância
size
sobre
of the
a
country,
importância desse agro
what's your take on the importance of
Eu
agribusiness
acho
in
até que
Brazil?
fica muito bom e conectado nós falarmos aqui após
I
o
think
painel, né,
it makes a lot of
marketing,
sense to talk about these things after the
olhando, né,
go-to-market
aqui
panel.
atrás a gente vê a dimensão e
When we look
vocês já trouxeram
at
anteriormente
the
também a liderança
screen, you
incontestável
see
do
the
Brasil
dimension
hoje
of the
no
country
agro,
and
né, seja
its
em produção, em
undeniable
diversos
leadership
produtos, seja
position
na exportação
in
também.
production,
Mas eu
in
vou aqui chamar a
exports.
atenção,
But let me
do
draw
potencial
your
que nós ainda
attention,
temos.
let me
Mesmo
draw
com
your
toda essa
attention
dimensão aqui de
to the
uma
potential
área já
we
muito
have.
importante, né, falando aqui dos principais cultivos que nós já
These are the
atuamos,
main crops where
mas
we
também do que nós
work.
temos, né, de possibilidades. Obviamente que
But the
isso tudo sempre
possibilities
tá ligado
as well
ao
are
nosso
shown on the screen.
propósito maior, até eu diria,
Everything
que é de
connected
fazer
to
com que
our
a
main
cadeia toda
purpose,
funcione,
which is to
iniciando pelo
make
produtor
sure
rural.
that the chain
É um produtor que precisa
starts with the
ter o seu
farmer.
resultado, toda a cadeia
Farmer,
precisa, mas iniciando aqui
farmers
com a nossa primeira
need that
contribuição à
result. Of
cadeia
course, the entire chain
e
needs
trazendo
that too,
potencialidades
but we
para que
have
esses
to
números
start at
aqui
the
possam
beginning.
crescer,
And
não
we
só em
want these numbers to
produtividade,
grow,
mas também
not only in
nós,
productivity and
tipo,
yields, but
reforçando
also
o que o João
in
Marcelo já
adding
trouxe, né,
new
da
crops.
canola,
just like Marcelo said, canola and sorghum. We do believe that Brazil is the right place to be, to live, to work, especially if you work in the agribusiness industry. Of course, there are challenges / opportunities, larger areas and larger and higher yields. These are the driving forces behind what we do to grow in new businesses, in the industrialization, and tapping into new markets. We remain optimistic when we look at what we have and what we can have in the future, drawing your attention to the states of Rio Grande do Sul and Mato Grosso. These are two of the most important states in these crops. So, of course, we remain very optimistic with the country. When we go back to the map of the addressable market that Marcelo showed us, we know how we can contribute. We're going to keep on growing, so there's room for even further improvements. And let me point out, in this panel, our intention was to understand the needs of farmers and the experience they have to have all the way, or from the planning phase, all the way to trading their production. This is part and parcel of what we do on a daily basis here in the trading department. The entire industry, it's the vision of the entire company. It's not part of the company. The whole company sees the holistic need of a farmer. Well, the track record shows us how much we have come in the size of production. What is our position at 3tentos? Tiago heads the office in São Paulo. He's in charge of the work to protect prices, to determine prices. How do we stack against the competition and what we have done so far at 3tentos? Well, first off, let me talk about this track record. The average growth is 3% as far as acreage is concerned. Brazil has kept on growing at all times. It's been a positive surprise after positive surprise, year after year. However, looking back, when you look at soybeans 10 years ago, it was 100 million tons. We are at 170. We've added 70 million tons in soybeans to be both distributed, exported, and consumed. Corn is no different. 80 million, 120, 125 million today. Well, when we look at the country, we remain very competitive as far as production goes. We know how to do it. Looking outwards, we see that demand keeping pace with that growth in production. I've noticed recently there are some countries more concerned about food security. We see that concern growing abroad. Food supply is becoming more and more important. That global chain is very well interconnected today. In Southeast Asia, for example, or in Northern Africa, the whole continent of Africa is still expanding. Two drivers: income and the population. Let me give you an example. Indonesia, 277 million inhabitants in Indonesia. More people there than in Brazil. And their income level is still going up. So the demand will be there. And they will end up consuming more sooner or later. When we look at Brazil, and especially at our company, 3tentos, this proximity we have with farmers, just like we've seen in the previous panel, That means we're close to help them increase their yields, their trading activities. Anyway, in a nutshell, we have an integrated, sustainable, and safe platform to connect farmers out in the field with the end consumer. So 3tentos play this role very well, and it's very valuable. Wonderful, Luis Augusto. Anything else about this relationship and within that growth we are looking for?
Voltado à melhora da renda ou ao crescimento populacional.
Well, demand will come from higher incomes and higher population growth. We see that demand growing in Brazil. Why is canola becoming important, almost doubling its acreage in Rio Grande do Sul? Because there's that growing demand for vegetable oil, the energy transition that has already started in Brazil. It's been going on for quite some time, driving that biodiesel industry to become more mature in recent years, and it's only getting stronger. So that makes us feel optimistic on both ends, production, demand, both foreign and domestic, for both protein and for the energy itself. It's only obvious, and Matteo said that very brilliantly, that agriculture is a very cyclical business. 170 million tons for soybeans. Some projections indicate that that number will be even higher. And there will be challenges for storage that will influence prices, but these are cyclical challenges. But we remain confident that this demand will keep pace with that supply. But this is something that we are familiar with in agriculture. We've seen that happen time and time again. This is the good problem to have, of course, but we would like to address good problems as well. We know it's a cyclical business, and we were talking to a couple of friends before this event started. It's cyclical, yeah, but it's always growing. So it's up to us to be prepared, sharing that kind of information and the knowledge with farmers who, in turn, will be better suited to face adversity. This is one of the models. We're getting money together. We're being profitable together. Is 3tentos prepared for this projected growth? Receiving, storing, transporting, and industrializing or processing that grain. What's your take? The question is to both of you. Yeah, again, it's a good problem to have. The growth of the country as a whole in terms of production. In the state of Rio Grande do Sul alone, we still have room to grow for both in terms of yields or including new crops. Rio Grande do Sul has a very large idle area in the winter. Canola, we can call it the winter soybeans, will be filling up that gap. But in answering to your question, we do believe in the model we have and in the work of research and development we've been doing so that we can be right as to putting all those pins on the map where the stores and all the warehouses will be located, both in Rio Grande do Sul and the state of Mato Grosso. We are very certain in our strategies. We still have a test to run in northern Mato Grosso. We do believe that our static capacity today is over 1.7 million tons. That helps us to be close to farmers and work on these products using intermodal highways or through charter through the rivers, barters through the river. We can work closer to the industry.
Desafiado pelo crescimento dos volumes.
Of course,
Mas nos
we are
sentimos também com
challenged
bastante
by
confiança com o
volumes,
que já tem e com o que a gente tem
but we
trabalhado
remain
pra
optimistic and
complementar, né,
confident with
modelo.
what we have done so far and what we still have to do.
Por exemplo, as
Tiago,
duas indústrias do Rio Grande do Sul,
The
a indústria
two
da 163,
industries
agora
in
vamos
Rio
ficar
Grande
falando
do
do
Sul,
processamento
the industry
no
at the
Araguaia,
163
elas
highway
ajudam
and the
essa
corn
flexibilidade
processing
para que
unit in the
seja
Araguaia
menos
River Valley,
impactado
these
nos momentos de
units
pico das safras, por
help
exemplo.
us
Acho que
be more
compartilha dessa
flexible
minha
during
visão.
the peak periods
Concordo
during the
plenamente,
harvest
Luiz.
season, right?
E até
I
voltando pouquinho
agree
atrás
with
aqui
you
com a primeira
100%.
pergunta,
Let me
eu
go
acho
back
que
to the
a
first question for a minute.
grande diferença, eu ouvi termo esses dias que era o
I've
poder
just
do
heard
pronto. Eu acho que a 3tentos tem
an
o poder do
expression the
pronto,
other
da
day,
pronta.
the
Ela
power
criou
of
esse
being ready,
ecossistema para
and
conseguir
3tentos has that.
atingir, né, e
We have the
continuar crescendo todo
ecosystem
esse
to
mercado endereçável aqui que a gente
be
viu
able to grow with
inicialmente,
that
né?
total
Indo para
addressable
a pergunta
market.
da industrialização,
And now, let me
sem
address
dúvida,
the
traz
industrialization
impacto
question.
positivo
Of course, that
por toda
provides a
essa
positive
gestão
impact
logística
in the
que você
entire
consegue, de certa forma,
logistics
diminuir
and
essa
its
pressão quando
management.
a safra
You
vem,
can
né? A
reduce
safra,
that
ela
pressure
cada vez mais
during the harvest
desenfreada,
season.
né?
We
Tanto
have,
do plantio
we've been
quanto da
having
colheita, os
shorter
maquinários
and
evoluíram muito.
shorter
Nós
cycles
vemos,
for both
o que
planting and
aconteceu
harvesting.
esse ano,
Machines
ano
are much
passado,
more
o
technologically
Mato
advanced.
Grosso e
We
o
had
Goiás,
delayed
e andou
planting in Mato
rapidamente.
Grosso and
Hoje
Goiás,
já chegou
and then
do
very quickly
do que a média. Então, a
they
safra e
picked
cada
up
vez mais ela vai ser
and
colhida também
reached
mais rápido.
average
E para
numbers.
isso,
And
a
harvest will be
capacidade na
faster.
logística que a gente
That's
tem,
why the
eu acho
logistics
que é um
capacity
ponto
that we
que
have,
ainda futuramente a gente tem para trabalhar
this
aqui
is
no Brasil.
something
Acho que o
that,
Brasil
of
tem
course, we have to improve
espaço,
even
ainda
further.
grande caminho
There's a lot of
para
room to
desenvolver
improve
a
in that
logística.
direction.
A industrialização ela acaba
So
ajudando
processing
a tirar mais
and the
essa pressão,
industries will
esses
have
custos
alleviate
de
that
frete que
pressure. Freight
acaba
costs,
impactando na
for example,
precificação.
they end up impacting prices, and at the same time adding value in the countryside. So this is fantastic work. We're there on the field. Every month we are there in Mato Grosso and Rio Grande do Sul. We're now here in São Paulo.
É incrível a gente ver o
It's just
desenvolvimento
amazing
das sociedades
to
rurais.
see how these rural
Não,
societies
isso
have developed in
é
recent years.
algo assim, impacto extremamente positivo, né?
This is
Se a gente
very
olha para o
positive
Brasil,
impact indeed.
o agro está fazendo
When you
esse
look
movimento
at the
de
country,
industrializar o interior. O Brasil
agribusiness is
indústria ligada
industrialized
muito
the
aos
country.
grandes centros urbanos. E o
We
o
used
agro
to
tá fazendo
have
esse
industries
passo, né?
around major
E é muito
urban
interessante
centers,
pegar exemplo aqui da
and
própria
agribusiness is
a
playing
indústria
that
do
role.
etanol, que é bem recente, tá
The
bem nítido
ethanol
já
industry,
fazer
for
isso.
example, something very recent that's very
Eu
clear.
comecei no mercado na época
I
nos
started
anos
out
2000, né?
in the
Eu
2000s,
lembro que no Mato Grosso,
and I
o
recall
milho chegou a
back
valer
in Mato
R$
Grosso,
4 a saca.
the price of
E
corn
os
was
PEP e
4
Petro,
reals
clientes naquela época, porque
a
não tinha
bag.
como sair o milho, não era nem questão de preço.
It's
Às vezes o
difficult
cara
to export.
não
They
tinha que
couldn't
queimar o milho,
move
não
it.
tinha o
They
que
had to
fazer,
burn it.
né?
The price was so
Então,
low.
ficava muito subsidiado,
Well,
esperando
they
o
needed
governo
the
fazer algo para
subsidies.
ajudar.
They were
A
just
indústria
waiting for the
transformou isso.
government
Olha
to
como
help, and the
Mato
industry
Grosso hoje,
changed
olha
that.
a
Look at what Mato
evolução do
Grosso is.
preço
Look
e
at
a
how
benefício que
much
isso
prices
trouxe para o
have picked
produtor.
up and the
Mas não
benefits
para aí.
provided to
Olha a
farmers.
sociedade
And
como
that's not
evoluiu. De
only
uma vez que
it.
você leva uma planta de indústria
Societies
para o interior,
have
você
evolved.
cria ondas
When you
de
bring in
indústrias.
a
Porque
plant
tudo vai
to the
precisar de
country,
indústria lá.
you
A gente levou
generate
etanol, daqui a
that
pouco
wave
carnes
of
em
industry.
outros setores.
There's ethanol,
Então,
there's
assim,
beef,
isso
there's
faz
other
um
industries will be
efeito
joining in.
gigantesco. Eu acredito
So
muito
this
no
positive
posicionamento agora
effect is
nosso
just huge.
lá no Vale
So our
vai criar
position,
isso. Você
our
evoluir
positioning in the
e
Araguaia River
vai
Valley,
desenvolvendo
you can
econômico.
increase
Então, é
GDP,
feito assim
purchasing
super
power.
positivo, né?
It's an
Quem
economic development
conheceu
that is very
a
positive.
BR-163
Those of you that
há
knew
20, 30 anos,
BR
vai lá hoje
163
vê a
highway 20 years
transformação,
ago,
né, urbana que
the urban
aconteceu. Então, o
transformation is
Brasil tem
just
diversas outras
outstanding
regiões,
there.
e aqui chamando a
There are many
atenção,
other
né, para
regions
o
in
Vale do
Brazil as
Araguaia, no Mato
well.
Grosso,
And
que
focusing
certeza
on the
terão
Araguaia
esse
River Valley
também
now,
desenvolvimento
you see the
puxado
same
pela
kind of
primeiro
development
produção,
driven by
segundo
first production,
industrialização, melhoria da
then
infraestrutura como um todo.
processing, and then infrastructure will be improved. BR 163 is right there. That's the GDP that we deliver
Thiago, eu queria que tu,
year in, year out.
nós falamos antes assim do que a 3tentos entrega.
According to
Entrega
what
pro
we've
produtor rural, entrega
talked about,
pro mercado.
what 3tentos can deliver to
Nós
farmers
trabalhamos
and
com
the market.
volatilidade,
We work
né? E aí é tu e
under
o grande time nosso aqui em São
volatility.
Paulo.
This is
Hedge
thanks
pro
to all of you,
e segurança para 3tentos.
hedging for
Como que é
farmers and
possível, e a
security
gente sabe que é
through
possível,
3tentos.
estamos fazendo
How
equilibrar,
is that possible
essas
to keep
frentes.
all these plates turning?
Bem, eu vejo que o mercado,
Well, as
a
I see it,
volatilidade é natural
the
do mercado,
volatility is
principalmente nos últimos anos.
intrinsic to this market,
Tempo,
especially
a
as
gente
of
já
late.
passou de
If we go back in
pandemia,
time, we've been
guerras,
through a pandemic,
enchentes,
different wars,
greves de
floods,
caminhoneiros. Então, olha a
truck
volatilidade
drivers
que gera. E a gente está
strike,
falando aqui no
a lot of
intervalo
volatility. And we're
de
talking
5,
about a
10
short
anos.
period of time,
Mas
5 to 10
volatilidade, na minha
years.
visão,
But as I see
ela é
it,
oportunidade.
volatility
Entendo e enxergo
spells
volatilidade
opportunity.
como
That's how
oportunidade.
I see it.
Por quê? Porque
And why do I say that?
volatilidade nos
Because
preços,
volatility
ela
in
traz
prices
oportunidade tanto para o
brings about
vendedor
opportunities
quanto
for
para o
those who
comprador
are
se
selling
posicionar
and to
em
also
tempos diferentes.
for those who are
Então, a
buying.
volatilidade, na
So
minha
volatility,
visão, ela
again,
tem
as
que
I see it, is something positive and
é
it
aí que
needs to
você
be
consegue
there.
extrair margem, é aí que
That's
você
where
consegue se
you can
posicionar nos timings
extract
certos.
good
E
margins and
tanto para o
position
produtor
yourself,
quanto para o consumidor
both for
final,
growers and for the
começa a
final
trabalhar mais
consumers.
ainda isso, né? Mais
They
essa
both do they
profissionalização.
both need to explore that
Nós fizemos
a little
trabalho
further.
e criamos uma estrutura,
We
uma ferramenta
put
para os
together
produtores esse ano
a
que
tool
foi muito
for
positiva, chamada
farmers this year
310+,
called
no
3tentos
Crop Show esse
Plus.
ano.
We
Foi
launched it
desenvolvido
at the
pela
crop
mesa
show
nossa.
earlier today, something
Onde a gente
developed
garantiu um
inside,
direcionamento para o
in-house,
produtor
where we
em
guaranteed a
relação à
minimum
troca de
price
barter.
for a grower,
Na localidade
ensuring
dele, no
a
preço
barter
do
level
300, esse futuro
at their
300,
place and a future
em reais
price
por saca.
in
A
BRLs
gente
per,
trouxe
per bag.
algo que é bastante
We
mais
brought
complexo de executar,
to us
uma
something which is
simplicidade que é o nosso valor.
complicated
Então, a
to
gente
simplify
trouxe uma
it.
ferramenta muito simples
So we
para ele.
brought about,
Muitos
or are
fizeram,
now
muitos
offering,
tiveram
very
resultados
simple
positivos,
tool
eles
for them to work with. And it was a
fizeram
very
muito bem. A gente
positive
criou para
result.
dar todo esse prazo até final do ano
And
para
we had, they
executar.
have the
Agora,
whole year
muitos clientes estão fixando uma soja que a gente
to
garantiu
sell
um preço
forward.
mínimo lá, quando o mercado estava
So we have guaranteed a minimum price
R$ 110,
for soybean 115 BRLs. Today they are selling forward at 130, 135, improving that barter, the exchange rate they had from 20 down to 13, 14. That's what we call efficient risk management. And we want to do this to ensure or empower growers to better manage their businesses. In-house, our trading team does that really well, that risk management work. So every purchase we make at the origin, we go directly into the system we have put in place. We have a dedicated team to do the commodities hedging, the FX hedging, the vis-a-vis Chicago, to sell everything forward and sort of do away with the volatility and thus work in a more consistent, safe manner, linked, of course, to our own risk policy, which we developed throughout time and updated throughout time so that we can provide safety to all parties involved. Yes, the desk here in São Paulo, we're talking about how many people? For origination, our team has about 10 people in origination. And here in São Paulo, at the desk, close to 15 people, 15, 1-5. So this is totally integrated with the input arm, integrated with the cost per hectare, and to a solution desired by growers. They wouldn't be able to work directly with Chicago, FX basis from the farm, out in the field. I'm talking about mid-sized and small-sized farmers. And 3tentos, but even for large-sized farmers, they choose to make use of that convenience that we provide. Simply establishing a minimum price, which is what happened, 110 reais, with an open window for them to explore the heights. And growers are doing that with us. along with the barter. And 3tentos working with that in a totally safe environment, because we do have a trading desk in São Paulo, which has its size on the countryside. That's why things happen so seamlessly. And it's like a word of mouth. Farmers are talking about it, and we feel their increasing interest in participating in this business. So, Thiago, still on you. Let's talk about logistics a little bit. And I'd like to ask you, looking at Pedro here, who's sitting across from me, is logistics a bottleneck or is it an opportunity? When I was writing these notes last night, the U.S. uses logistics solutions using waterways, highways, railways, and they turn that into a huge competitive advantage. So my question is, how do you see that based on your experience with your time with 3tentos? How do you see that going forward?
Bem, sem dúvida, e eu volto a repetir
Yes,
aqui,
well, as I just said,
ainda grande trabalho
we
para
still
fazer na
have
logística.
a lot of work to do in logistics in Brazil. We could be much more competitive,
Obviamente, isso não é trabalho
less cost, and so on. Of course, it's not up to one company, to one individual. It is a combination of efforts from different stakeholders. Logistics in Brazil tends to move forward only if we have a common view, a consensus along with the powers that be and the private sector around a view towards socio-economic development. When we start to unlock those forces, we will become more competitive. We do production really well. Our growers are very efficient, but we'll be even more competitive than the US, Argentina, and other origins in the world when that happens. So bringing that work in-house, we are now looking at structures in the south and in the north of Brazil. The Santos port, for example, 54 million tons a year is what they ship, soybean and meal, just for those three products. Santos has moved forward significantly for the past years, thanks to Rumo and other players in the logistics space, not only in terms of capacity growth, but also in terms of more efficiency of the flows that were put together. We recently visited New Orleans, visiting a terminal there. They have 120,000 tons of static storage, and they move 18 million tons, this one terminal. And it also segregates all the shipments. So it's being ready for traceability. It's also important. Identifying different origins. As a complement, Thiago, we spent a day there, and that's when we spent a day dreaming with what we could do someday. Yes, exactly. Yes, there's a lot to be done. We, as 3tentos, we also have a lot to do. We have evolved, we have moved forward, we have studied possibilities with our logistics team. I think there is a lot of work to be done, but we are on the right track. Luis knows what I'm talking about. Yes, I'll call your attention to this map. I love this map because that map grew in the past few years. We looked at Rio Grande do Sul more than now. And in Rio Grande do Sul, we have developed operations in terms of highway logistics, because both plants in Rio Grande do Sul, in Juí and Cruz Alta, they both have railway connections. So all the meal we produce is exported via those logistic routes. But as we expand the map, the industry is a tool that we have today, not only us, but other countries, that helps us mitigate the bottlenecks. Of course, we continue to have seasonal bottlenecks which are natural to the business. When you harvest soybeans, when you harvest corn, depending on the crop, we'll have bottlenecks, and the industry arm of the company will provide predictability in terms of being able to better plan logistics and mitigate potential bottlenecks. We can sit down beforehand with our partners, waterways, highways, railway partners. Brazil was started using mainly highways, but still, anyway, we have an opportunity to plan ahead. In addition to that, when we talk about biodiesel and ethanol, also local consumption. I can give you an example of something which is now just emerging. Trucks run on biodiesel, 100% run on biodiesel. Today, the oil produced in Cruz Alta is shipped to Ijuí's biodiesel plant, and it is all shipped by trucks moved or run on biodiesel. So that helps us reduce CO2 emissions. So we are also consuming that product locally. So we believe that an investment made by 3tentos, other companies, automakers, other associations will help. And we also believe that agricultural machinery industry could also benefit from that opportunity, because farmers would be able to consume what they produce in the form of energy.
Até porque não faz sentido nenhum nós
It makes no sense for us to import 20% of the diesel consumed in Brazil, take that diesel to Sorriso, Sinop, in Mato Grosso, and then we have plants producing biodiesel. And we could be using that biodiesel, which is what we are doing, and other companies too, along with, as you said, automakers. Tiago, as to your example, if we bring diesel down to Mato Grosso to ship biodiesel back to urban areas, that doesn't make any sense. It would make more sense to use it locally, of course. So in answer to your question, or to my question, it is an opportunity rather than a bottleneck. Tiago, Luiz Augusto, I'd like to ask you to please now touch upon the current moment, where you have a moment where we discuss expectations for the future, meal, biodiesel, inventory levels. If you could comment on those aspects, please. Okay. Well, every year is atypical. This year we had a year filled with surprises, new things, and that's how the market operates, no surprise. But talking about the farmer selling issue, farmer selling for soybean in Brazil, we are now at 91% traded in soybeans. The market has covered most of it, but different from last year, we have a more advanced market in Mato Grosso. 99% of the soybean in Mato Grosso has been contracted because of the failure of the crop in Mato Grosso. At the same time, in Rio Grande do Sul, we are now at 75% contracted. A lot of pent-up soybean in Rio Grande do Sul, and that shows us that the crushing margins, the different pricing dynamics is affecting that. In Rio Grande do Sul, or in the south of the Brazil, things are more favorable this year. When we look at corn, going back to soybeans for a second, soybean for next year, about 28% traded by now. Mato Grosso, about 41% already sold for next year. So Mato Grosso farmers sold forward, they are hedged in terms of costs, and now they will execute on their plans. In Rio Grande do Sul, they're lagging behind, which is only natural. 17% sold, still a lot to happen going forward. Maybe as we confirm the crop numbers, southern farmers might speed up their sales. In terms of crop expectations, we see a crop for soybean at around 170 million tons, 170. That's linked to climate conditions. I think the planting window materialized. And interesting to note is that despite Mato Grosso and Goiás having lagged behind, they have caught up. But this year we'll have Mato Piba and Rio Grande do Sul planting beforehand. So when we compare the situation with last year, we will have soybean arriving in the south and Mato Grosso slightly earlier than last year. In Bahia, we already have 50% of soybean planted. Last year at this time, we had only 25. In Rio Grande do Sul, 25% already planted. Last year, 15. So that sort of changes everything, changes the dynamic for next year. The market for soybeans and corn, as I see it, with this crop of 170 plus 53 in Argentina, along with other Latin American countries, the offering will be huge, huge. Of course, this needs to materialize, but when we look at the climate, we had a slightly positive La Niña. La Niña now it's more neutral, and up until May and April, we should have normal, quote unquote, climate. So for a crop like this, we could add a variation of about 25 million in excess of what we produced last year. And when we look at demand, that growth is not going up at the same pace. So I think there are some adjustments in price to happen between the premium and Chicago numbers. Of course, that depends on the pace farmers want to sell now. They may hold off, as they did this year, to sell in the second half of the year. Back to you. Yeah, we are at the top of the hour, but just two brief comments, if I may. Number one, as for the meal, soybean meal, Brazil has consolidated as a huge meal exporter. Of course, that has an impact on last year's failure in Argentina, and Brazil was able to occupy that space left by Argentina and DDG, which will be addressed later. But Brazilian DDG has already taken up space in the international market with some qualitative advantages when compared to the North American DDG, which is leading exports today. So, Tiago, also a positive scenario for soybean meal. And biodiesel, also very bullish. We have the law for the fuel of the future, which is also reassuring for us to continue to make investments on that front. So just a quick update, which is quite optimistic despite the huge crop numbers going forward. Thank you, Luis Augusto and Tiago. We are out of time, but I'm going to ask her for a couple of more minutes because we have a couple of things to comment. So, Tiago, briefly, I'd like to share with you the responsibility we have with the risk policy that we put in place, what we do every day with our team to better manage risks. So if you could talk about the tools we have in place and also talk about the demand we have. We know that oftentimes farmers help us distribute all that production, and how are we going about it? It's important to touch upon those topics. Okay. As for risk management, we do that on an everyday basis. We have an operations desk. We have the originators on the one hand, working on price, and then we meet every morning, the team in São Paulo and in the countryside, to try and set up this price basis so that we can work vis-a-vis FX and Chicago. And as we go through the day, we have a different dynamics going forward. So for the past few years, that has helped us accelerate our market analysis to be closer to the market, so to speak. So this risk management happens on both ends, and at the desk, then we work on the hedging process, depending on the volumes. For example, if soybean and corn for Chicago, we sell forward for Chicago if that's the case. If it's grains for export, we go another route. If it's to sell forward on the crushing margins, we sell forward either the oil or the meal. And for the FX exposure, we also have a close monitoring to better manage risks, not only for origination, but for the company as a whole. And talking about the external market, I think we have positioned 3tentos as an exporter as well. We have opened up an avenue of options for other buyers. We brought them closer to us, and that makes a world of difference because those buyers, they are not here in Brazil. So to be able to connect and create this link between the farmers and the international destination is something that we do to be able to attract and make that connection with that consumer market. They are concerned about food supply, so they want to be closer. They want to have a partner such as us to be able to originate and deliver products in a safe manner. Thank you, Thiago. Luiz Augusto, anything to add? Just to reinforce what Thiago just said, in terms of risk management, it's something we do every day, and we do that with Cristiano, our CFO. So we are responsible for executing that policy. So it's a very healthy environment, if you will. As Thiago said, it's a policy adopted by the company. Especially when you have a volatile environment, which is subject to risk, and that has allowed us to better control those risks and operate within our appetite for risk and provide safety for the company. Thank you. So I'd like to invite you all to think about our 3tentos model. For this last quarter or the year to date, we see the growth of the company in the grain trading desk. That is the result of a very strong relationship we have with farmers. So we have different entry points, and the largest entry point for farmers is through inputs, is through the offering of new technologies. And some of those farmers also come to us via trading, via business. And most of the time, they also buy seeds, fertilizers, they buy our planning services, bartering services. So we create other points of contact, which sets us apart when you compare us with other players. We truly affect their day-to-day needs because we understand this is a B2B business. It is a partnership-based business. We talk about trading, we talk about market, we talk about hedging and risk, but we talk especially about providing solutions. So thank you all for participating in the second panel, and I give the word back to you, Deborah. Very good insights. Thank you, Luiz, Osório, Luiz Augusto, and Thiago for your insights. And now, as I announced before, we'll have a 10-minute break for some water and some coffee. And for those of you following us remotely, we'll see you in 10 minutes.
Acomodem em seus assentos para darmos continuidade ao nosso evento
Please
nesta
take your
manhã.
seats.
Começamos o dia falando sobre estratégias go-to-market.
We've
Na
started
sequência,
with
nós
go-to-market
vamos
strategies,
logística.
and then
Commodities.
logistics,
Agora,
commodities,
nós iremos apresentar vídeo para
and now
mostrar a
we would
vocês
like to
como
show
está o
you
andamento da
a
nossa
video
planta industrial em Porto
to
Alegre
give
do
you
Norte,
an
onde
update
vamos produzir etanol
of our
de
plant
milho. Então peço novamente que se acomodem e
in
confiram
Porto Alegre
comigo
do
o vídeo no
Norte.
telão.
Please take your seat and let's watch the video.
Olá, meu nome é Clive. Vou apresentar para vocês um pouco sobre o projeto de etanol de milho da 3tentos aqui em Porto Alegre do Norte. O Vale do Araguaia foi uma escolha estratégica. Entendemos que aqui possui uma logística privilegiada de escoamento de produção, assim como vemos uma tendência de crescimento muito grande na produção agrícola. A indústria fica localizada às margens da BR-158, um corredor favorável para o escoamento da produção, tanto de etanol e de DDGS.
A unidade possui uma capacidade de processamento de 2.800 toneladas de milho por dia, com a produção aproximada de 1.223 metros cúbicos de etanol, 798 toneladas de DDGS e 50 toneladas de óleo por dia.
E as obras aqui estão no ritmo acelerado dentro do cronograma previsto. Neste momento, estamos executando a fundação para execução das bases civis, que receberão os equipamentos, tanto nacionais quanto importados. No setor de utilidade, estamos construindo uma caldeira de 120 toneladas por hora com 67 bar de pressão, que tornará a nossa planta autossustentável em energia elétrica ao final do projeto. O nosso armazém de grão está em etapa de cobertura. Quando finalizado, ele terá uma capacidade de 300 mil toneladas estáticas. Estamos trabalhando na execução das bacias de contenção e nas bases dos tanques de etanol. O projeto contará com um tanque de 10 mil metros cúbicos e 2 tanques de 16 mil metros cúbicos. A obra deverá ser entregue no segundo semestre de 2025.
Terceiro painel, falando sobre segurança alimentar e transição energética. Para este
Let's move
painel,
on to the third panel.
o CEO Luiz Osório do Moncel, o COO
Luiz Osório do Moncel, COO João Marcelo do Moncel, and our guest, Christian Lobauer, a political scientist.
Segurança alimentar,
Food
transição energética.
security and energy transition.
Desses temas.
We know how important these topics are today. They've always been important, but they are key today.
Comentasse conosco pouquinho, mas antes disso,
I'd like to give you the floor, Marcelo. But before, let's hear Professor and his introduction.
também desse uma conversada sobre esse tema especificamente.
I think I'd like you to talk about this topic. Thank you, Luis, for inviting me. I feel honored to be here. I've been looking at the company from afar. I'm Christian Lobauer. I have a hybrid background. I'm a political scientist, a professor, but I managed agribusiness companies, animal protein, orange juice, Bayer, and crop life. This is the Association of Vegetable Defense. I've always worked with the government, but from the agribusiness perspective. That's why I'm very happy to be here. And these are subjects that demand that macro view of the business. These are two very important topics, one of the at the top of the list of the world's agenda. When you look at the planet, when you think about the major challenges, we've always had major challenges, geopolitics, the level of debt of central banks, but there are 4 topics that are key to understand what's going on at 3tentos and Brazil. Food security, energy security, climate change, and the social inequalities, the challenge of wealth distribution, to make sure we have consumers to consume all this food and energy. Food security and energy security are issues that put Brazil in a very favorable position. Theoretically, Brazil can play a leading role in all 4 topics: a major food producer, clean and sustainable energy producer as well. We can play a leading role to help manage climate change, as well as to contribute in reducing the inequalities in wealth by providing cheap and good quality food and sustainable energy.
Tudo bem. Não precisa
It's all
correr.
good.
São rojões.
No,
São
no,
rojões.
there's no need to panic.
Ok, professor. Obrigado por
These are
essa
just
introdução.
fireworks.
E, João
Thank you,
Marcelo, você
Professor.
fala da importância que a 3tentos tem com a sua
We've talked
plataforma.
about how important 3tentos is. It's a verticalized and integrated platform creating synergy.
Assim, aprofundasse um pouquinho mais nesse sentido e o quanto é importante para
Could you
nós
please elaborate on this topic,
essa energia renovável
adding the importance of biofuel
uma produção de alimento
to the mix and at the same time producing
Não, sem
food?
dúvida, né, o professor já trouxe, o Osório também, essa questão, esses dois pilares,
Well, you
essas duas
both
avenidas,
mentioned
elas hoje
these two
norteiam
major pillars.
muitas discussões
They are
e muitas
the
estratégias
North
agora, tanto
Star, if you will,
político, geopolítico,
for these discussions
e, sem
domestically
dúvida
and
nenhuma,
abroad,
como o professor
including
trouxe aqui,
geopolitics, of
são-
course.
são ferramentas, são fortalezas que o
These
Brasil
are
tem,
strengths
e aonde a 3tentos está.
on our part,
Onde a
and
3tentos
this
está
is
trabalhando,
exactly
está
where we operate.
né, onde nós
We've been working in
acreditamos
these areas,
muito
we've been
que
investing in
a
them,
gente pode
and we
colaborar
truly
e crescer
believe
cada vez mais.
we can contribute
Eu acho que é
and grow
importante aqui
even
trazer
more.
update até ligado a isso, né,
Let me give you an
do investimento
update
nosso
in that
da
sense.
planta de etanol no Vale do
That's the
Araguaia. A
investment
gente viu
at
o
the
vídeo
ethanol
aqui,
mill
né,
in the
como vai
Araguaia
o
River
grosso
Valley
do- da
plant.
obra, andando
That's the
dentro
status
do
of the
cronograma esperado,
construction.
ou seja, a gente
According to
pretende estar com
schedule,
ela operacional no início
it will
de
be
26. Então esse é o nosso
operational
cronograma, a gente
in
tá
early
trabalhando para
2026,
isso.
and we're working very
A
hard
questão das capacidades que ele
to
também
make that
trouxe aí,
happen.
então nós anunciamos agora
So these are the
essa semana,
capacities.
né,
We have just
incremento de
announced
capacidade
an increase
inicialmente anunciada, né, que
in
era de
its
2.100 toneladas
capacity,
processadas de milho por dia,
2,100
para
tons initially.
2.800 toneladas
Now
processadas
that's
de milho
been
por dia.
updated to
Isso foi
2,800
ajuste do projeto, né,
tons
obviamente,
of corn a
otimizando,
day.
obviamente, a questão
Was an
de
adjustment,
investimento, o CAPEX que
optimizing
estava anunciado,
the capex
e
that
de
had been
1
announced.
40, ele subiu
Was
120
1 billion.
milhões,
It's
ou
now
seja, nós
up
subimos
120
30%
million.
da capacidade, com
30%
11% do
capacity
CAPEX.
increase by
Então, a gente
increasing
vinha
capex
analisando,
by
obviamente, isso há algum
11%.
tempo, fez todo
Of course, we
sentido
had been
para a
considering
empresa,
it
para
for
nós,
quite some time. It
e
made all
aproveitando,
the sense
obviamente,
of the world to the
de
company and to
novo,
us,
as premissas
and making good
do
use, of
potencial desses
course,
dois
or
mercados,
benefiting
né?
from the potential
Tanto
of these two markets,
biodiesel quanto
because both
o
biodiesel
etanol na cadeia,
and
eles
ethanol
eles transitam
are
nas
important
duas
to the
frentes, né? Eles
chain.
transitam obviamente na transição
They are, of
energética,
course,
mas eles são uma
helping
fonte de
in the
segurança
energy
alimentar, porque ambos
transition,
produzem
and
uma
at the same
proteína
time,
vegetal de
they are food
altíssima
security
qualidade,
elements because they
que
have
é,
high
digamos assim,
quality
a
animal
grande alavanca
protein. That is the
da
main
produção de proteína
lever
animal
for
no
the
Brasil
animal
e
protein
mundo afora.
production in Brazil
Agora
and
eu
abroad.
queria te interromper.
O
Let,
ladinho.
let, let me let me
Não,
interrupt
não,
you
eu te
for a minute.
interromper porque eu prometi para muitos aí que eu iria te fazer a pergunta ao vivo.
I promised that I was
Respeitar
going
a
to ask
pergunta,
you
então
that
eu tô
question
há ano,
live,
no mínimo,
a question
respondendo,
I've been
passando
answering
com a
for
tranquilidade,
a little over a
e agora vamos
year.
reforçar sobre essa tranquilidade,
We're going to
porque a
give you
gente
some sort
sempre
of
esteve
comfort
planejando, agindo,
because we have been planning,
João Marcelo,
working,
biomassa,
and delivering.
a gente
Here's my
sabe
question to you, João
que
Marcelo.
ponto desafiador, é ponto que nós estamos
Biomass
colocando total atenção
is a
na
challenge
tua liderança, que tem feito
that has been
movimentos
our focus
importantes.
under
Mas
your
comenta pra
leadership.
nós aqui, hoje, a nossa atuação, como já
But can you
estamos
talk
em
about
Vera, na
what we do?
110, né,
What
que
are we doing at
nada mais, nada
163
menos que já numa
Highway?
região com indústrias importantes
We have
do agro
important
ali, e
industries
como nós estamos
there.
fazendo principalmente esse
And
movimento no Vale
what
do
are
Araguaia.
we doing in the Araguaia River
Sem
Valley?
dúvida, assim, e a gente traz muito a biomassa na questão do etanol de milho,
Of
porque,
course,
obviamente,
biomass,
o consumo de vapor
when you have
é
ethanol
consumo
from
elevado.
corn,
O Cláudio mesmo trouxe ali,
we
nós
use a lot of
temos
steam.
120
We
toneladas,
have a
né, de
120
alta pressão,
ton
então, uma
boiler.
caldeira que
It's a
consome
high
um volume
pressure
de biomassa
boiler.
importante.
It consumes an important
Então, foi uma
amount of
preocupação de
biomass.
primeira ordem, né?
So that was
Então,
our
fez
top
parte do projeto.
priority. That was
E
part of
milho
the
a gente
project.
tem condições de avaliar rapidamente. A gente
We
tinha
can
convicção de
estimate
que a área
that for
plantada
corn.
tá ali,
We knew that the
mas biomassa
planted
sempre foi um
area
desafio, não
was
só
right
pra nós
there,
como projeto da 3tentos,
but
mas pra toda a
biomass
indústria de etanol
had
de
always been a challenge for the
milho.
entire
Ela
industry, not only to
passou e
us,
passa por isso, né?
We have been going through that issue to ensure you have the supply of biomass. We had been planning for that supply. We have been working in that sense. There are two alternatives. There's a front, biomass origination, which is our origination front. That's the biomass for the first 6 years of operation. It should be there already. In other words, we have supply contracts that have been signed that would be covering that production at Vera, suppressing exotic forests. There's areas of teca and the rubber trees as well. The acai corn is being coming from northern, especially around the city of Belém. And we are using the conversion from grazing land to arable land. So these are the four major fronts. There are some auxiliary ones. We have signed contracts to supply the necessary biomass for the initial years of operation. And the second front is from forestry. We are now already planting eucalyptus forests in a radius under 100 kilometers, a very competitive biomass. By planting that forest, we can ensure the minimum cycle for harvest in eucalyptus is 6 years. So we are ensuring that supply as of the 6th year. When we start up the plant, our forests will be 1 year old already. We are leasing land with a controlled capex. We're not allocating a lot of capex there. By leasing lands through forest funds that are usually working with the pulp and paper industry. So forestry is yet a very competitive route as of the 6th year of operation.
Com características muito próprias para esse fim.
We have very peculiar areas that are prone to meet that need. I'm always going to compare to 163 highway. We have the appropriate supply. Of course, crushing and ethanol production demands biomass. Ethanol and DDG production will have another kind of need, but that issue has been properly addressed. We are open to clarify any questions you may have in that sense. The work we have been doing to promote that in the region for the production of biomass is very interesting. Yet another opportunity, another route for Brazil, especially in those areas that are not very prone for agriculture or cattle raising. These areas can now have a good opportunity. I've been working very closely in this project in the past 18 months. And forestry is just outstanding. I've had the chance to learn more about it. And forestry in Brazil can shine. The pulp and paper industry is living proof of that. We do have technology and we do have that infrastructure ready for the pulp and paper industry. Fantastic option for farmers. It's a profitable crop for many regions that is going to be adding to the entire ecosystem as far as production is concerned.
Por favor. Peço licença, a gente vai fazer uma breve pausa de 5 minutos para
have a 5-minute break to adjust the audio. We'll be right back.
Não vai dar tempo isso, cara.
É com vocês. Obrigada.
Obrigado, Débora.
Back to you. Thank you, Deborah.
Acho que vamos continuar contigo aqui, né, João
We
Marcelo?
can continue with you, João Marcelo.
Passado a biomassa, obrigado.
So after biomass, well, thank you for the input. and I'll call you whenever we talk about biomass, okay? Talking about the market, João Marcelo, specifically about the video, the investments on Porto Alegre do Norte, let's talk specifically about the ethanol market and the DDG market. How is 3tentos positioning itself along those fronts? Well, we've conducted a broad study on those topics, and in summary, we strongly believe in markets and in our strategic positioning for Porto Alegre do Norte. First, on DDG specifically, our cattle herd for beef in Araguaia, both in Mato Grosso and in the south of Pará, is the largest cattle herd in Brazil when you add those two regions.
Rebanho ali, uma pecuária ali que está sofrendo processo de intensificação muito rápido.
And it was a very, very fast development and a very fast conversion of pasture land, and I have shown the maps of areas being converted to crops. That conversion is in place, and DDG is the main tool to intensify that in Brazil. Quite competitive for cattle breeding, feedlots, for raising cattle, using supplement in the feed. So we understand we're going to have a very large market, regionally speaking. We won't need to export that DDG at first, because we will be in a very close location, close to where consumption happens. And Brazil will become a platform to export DDG. Will be an important DDG player in the world, just as we have become a player in soybean meal. As for ethanol, we do have also an important position, especially in meeting the market in the state of Pará, and also in developing regional markets. Of course, our capacity is way above local demand, but when you look at the consumption of fuels in those regions, you see a very low level of ethanol, because ethanol is not competitive there, but it will become competitive as we have a plant close by. So that market will increase, and then we'll have a large market for gasoline, which will be converted in ethanol, and then you have ethanol as a blend for gasoline. So the market in Pará is a relevant one. The structure in Pará supplies to Pará, Maranhão, the north part of the state of Tocantins. It also supplies the Amazon via the waterways. So we understand that ethanol will also have an important regional role to play going forward, much more so in the north than in the south. And why has 3tentos invested in that? That history of the past 40 years is quite clear. Brazil has reached the level of 47 million hectares of soybeans, 170 million tons in production. When you turn that into food and oil for human consumption, oil for biodiesel, feed as meal, and the same thing for corn, the same level of expansion, an incredible increase in yields. I'd like to take the moment to acknowledge Brazilian farmers, their dedication, their investments in new technology that allows us to increase those yields way beyond than what we do with acreage. That's phenomenal. That's living proof of the commitment that Brazilian growers have in producing food and renewable energy. When you talk about 11 million hectares producing oil for biodiesel, 2.5 million hectares of our production of corn going towards fully for ethanol. It's truly a very positive outlook and also a successful track record, as I said. It is a seasonal industry, but it's a seasonal and trending upwards. I'd like to now thank Professor Christian. Once again, thank you for being here with us today. And the relevance of Brazilian agribusiness, that's the title you've asked us to place on your slides. So tell us about this relevance, about what we should do to better communicate our relevance to society, externally as well, and also how we could perhaps better communicate what we do domestically also. Okay, Luis. When Luis and João invited me to talk, they used a word coined by a friend of yours. They told me, tell me something about a contracted demand, as if the world were already demanding for more food and energy, which is a fact, and how can we position ourselves in this universe? So the answer to that is whether there is or there isn't a contracted demand. The answer is yes, the demand is there. There is a growing demand for food and energy. And 3tentos is a micro-universe that represents this Brazilian call, if you will. I remember 25 years ago, I asked Professor Sayadi, you will remember him, he was a minister. I asked him, what's the true Brazilian calling? He said, it is whatever we want, but we have missed out on many opportunities. But there is one, which is exactly this one, the production of food and renewable energy. And Brazilians have done so for the past 40 years. We had 3 God-given gifts, water, soil, and sun, and 4 were developed by us. Technology for tropical land, our ability and capacity to work and build wealth, a relative institutional stability, at least in comparison to other countries, and finally, companies, business leaders, entrepreneurship, just like you guys have shown, companies that were able to transform that potential into wealth. So when we look at 3tentos and we see the Brazilian calling, we see a combination of all that. This growth you've seen for the past 5 years as a company, coming from a long-standing tradition, maybe going back to 54 or even before. It started with those first settlers in Rio Grande do Sul over 100 years ago. So that tradition, that legacy, that discipline, making the most of the Brazilian calling to create wealth, that's something specific, and we are somewhat celebrating that ability to meet those 2 challenges: feed the world and provide energy. The world energy matrix today has 75% under coal, oil, and natural gas. The Brazilian matrix depends less than half on those 3 inputs, and already depends on biomass for 17%. So we're going way ahead of the pack for biomass and non-fossil fuels, areas in which you are also investing, as this video clip just showed. So that video was really impactful, really, really fascinating. You are re-industrializing Brazil. That's fascinating to see. To meet those energy and food demands. In conclusion, because I know we are almost out of time, I have to mention an article that I read this week from Mr. Peixoto. He made reference to a term which I did not know, which is called relationship growth. For we to understand this bridge, and we're here gathered with financial people, today there is a mutual learning process where we have a convergence of interests, but there is a learning curve to be met. And it is important for the financial needs to understand relationship-based growth. Unlike other companies which are now emerging, transforming the world, they've grown through product-based growth, which is based on the product in itself. But in agriculture, that is slightly different. And he's right. In agriculture, it is through relationship that things grow. It's not only knowing the right people at the right time, which is also important, but it's based on building trust. But Christian, that's a platitude. Of course, you need to be trustful. But in agriculture, that's even more so, and more so in Brazil, because you never know what's going to happen. Mateus just said, it is an atypical year, but every year is atypical. And in Brazil, even more so. And a company like yours, it's not a company which is only present in part of the chain. You are all across the chain. Complex to understand, complex to manage. You produce biofuel, you trade inputs, you sell meals, so several variables at play. If you are able to combine all that and make that work, there's only one thing behind that. Trust building. And according to that article, trust building has no algorithm behind it. You have AI, of course, which is great, no doubt. It is needed. It'll transform the world, no doubt. But human relations, which I don't know you very well, but knowing a bit of what you do and having talked to people here before, your management, trust relationships are key to your success. When you talk about combining barter with a fixed sold forward price, when you do that, you are building trust. And that's the key to the success that you enjoy and you will continue to enjoy, and should serve as a model for other companies and for the financial system to understand. It's a slower growth pace. It's seasonal, cyclical, 5-6 year cycles. We're now at a down cycle, an adjustment bit of the cycle. So this has to be learned by the capital service areas, as you have here representatives today. Opportunities are there, right? And you are specialists, experts in what you do. Thank you, Professor, for your comments. In this panel, when you talk about the relevance of Brazilian agribusiness, we have to talk about something else. We are going towards our fourth phase of our evolution. So, João Marcelo, how are we going to continue to invest in technology, in processes, and certifications? Of course, delivering quality products. Biodiesel, for example, something we talk about, it's a source of pride for us. We had our first load of biodiesel in September 2014. Up to date, we have continued to do so. That's a commitment we have. That's a source of pride for us. And every day, things are getting better for us. Yes, but we can carry the weight of our responsibilities and our success, no doubt. But without a doubt, as the professor was saying, industrialization, taking the industry to the countryside of Brazil, can only happen via agribusiness. This thriving scenario that we see along Highway 163, what's happening at Porto Alegre do Norte now with the ethanol plant, it goes way beyond whatever return we could have expected in financial terms. Accomplishments go way beyond all of that. We have a very real, very material social return around those projects. As Luis said, we are building our fourth plant. I think you could see that we are now expanding the other three plants. So the three crushing plants, Cruz Alta, Ijuí, and Vera, they are going through expansion processes throughout 2025. We are optimizing the projects, the existing projects, that will allow us to increase by 50% in terms of crushing capacity for soybeans and 60% in biodiesel production. So once again, we're talking about incremental capex investments, which are highly optimized in light of what already exists in those locations, and which, of course, makes us much more efficient and competitive in terms of OPEX. Of course, tapping scenarios which are favorable. Growing crops, we have higher availability of raw materials, so making the most of what we have in terms of crop growth, and also the new law for the fuel of the future, also an important milestone for our operations, for biofuels as a whole. So it's a very favorable space, of course, with technology, good processes in place, quality in what we do, and also they focus on the market. The market will increasingly demand certifications, seals, adjustments, so that we can carry on working in more demanding markets and acquiring new shares in other markets and establishing Brazil as a competitive country and also as a country which is responsible in its processes. Yes, and we are sure about that. We have also traceability, defining the origins and destinations, and 3tentos for soybeans, corn, wheat, and rice. We are working on inputs for rice. For the other product, we work on inputs and grains, and for soybean, we work for in inputs, grains, and industry, as you can see on the slide, and we are now expanding that. I'd like João Marcelo to please touch upon the next slide. As we've said before, we are adding two other crops, sorghum and canola. We already operate on the full chain for those two crops: inputs, technology, receive, production, and then process that sorghum from ethanol and canola for biodiesel. And in industry, we add the processing of corn as well for ethanol. So it sort of complements and reinforces our portfolio within those three segments: inputs, grains, and industry, as we always like to state. João Marcelo, a question was posted here, which is the next slide. What to expect from 3tentos? When we received the material yesterday, we thought, well, what to expect? So let's answer this together. We have addressed much of that question. By the way, thank you all for being here. Thank you all for those following remotely on YouTube. Thank you. 3tentos, just so you know, we continue to focus on food and renewable energy using a vertical model because we can deliver solutions for farmers, for all the other stakeholders in the chain, all the way down to the final consumer. So starting with feed, preparing future food, and directly trading biofuel. That's 3tentos leading the pack. We want to be a reference for farmers. We want them to continue to work with us. We are a growth company. We continue to grow because the market continues to grow. The market continues to evolve, and the market needs companies. And we continue to evolve together and with capacity to produce. As I said, I'd like to share with you, we always talk about the ability to execute we have in this team is phenomenal. That's a team that makes things happen. Sometimes I fear stating, let's do something, because things are already done as soon as I finish my sentence. But that's very, very exciting. So what to expect? To expect exactly that. Expect a company that will continue to grow, continue to deliver results, and paying attention to the evolution. João Marcelo will go into more detail about the expansions in progress. Just to reinforce what I've said, a bit of the guidance we had for the new growth plan, which was shared with the market back in January. Across the different points, we anticipated a new growth cycle. you will realize that we are speeding up the process. We had a window until 2030, but we are managing to gain traction and speed that process up. A good portion of that has been accomplished this year, and will have been accomplished by a year or two. So once again, the capacity to execute well and efficiently, dedication to that's what we do every day. And I like to add, we are consistent and constant. That's what explains our capacity to execute. Professor, I'd like to hear you. This is our last slide for the morning, and then João Marcelo and I will address those topics, but I'd like you to comment a bit on 3tentos. Without any exaggeration, I think it's not because I'm here with you, okay? It's not just hot air. When I look from outside, 3tentos is a model for many other companies. What we would like to see happening in Brazil. Brazil should do what it's calling is to produce sustainable energy, to produce food, to occupy different spaces in the west of Brazil, to finally occupy Brazil, to foster development, create jobs, create taxes, and improve the quality of life for people. And that's possible. That's the way out for Brazil. 3tentos is a sort of a model that should be replicated as we reorganize the country. Of course, there are adjustments when you compare to other industries, but I see as sort of a driving force that pulling other cars, other wagons along a business model. It's done. It's done. It's right there. You only need to replicate it and expand it. There is no other way for us to be part of the world to improve the quality of life of Brazilians without going down that road. That's the way to go. What you do, take new generations to work out in the field along those activities. People who are now going to school, youngsters, our main capital in terms of human capital. For the next 15 years, we need those people to go out and work around those activities. That's a takeaway you can take. And a word of congratulations for you, and thank you for inviting me to be here. Thank you. Oh, thank you, Professor. I just want to emphasize to all of you here.
Que eu acho que não deu para esconder a nossa alegria.
We could not, how can I say, hide the pleasure we feel in receiving you all here today. Mato Grosso, 99% planted, other crops finalizing their planting, and then the summer crop coming up also, and that makes us all very excited. The work we have been delivering, the value-added approach that we have, makes us very confident. But what comes first are the people we have in our teams, and also the stakeholders, the customers, the clients. We were blessed by God, if I may. We were fortunate to meet so many good, talented people. We build the company every day with those people. So people for us are a challenge, but are also a major opportunity that we have. When we see young people, right, Miziara, coming to the company, joining the company, and observing what we do with a purpose, with quality, with determination, those young people come and stay in the company, and they grow, and they have a career path inside the company. And that, of course, excites us and strengthens us to move forward. From our interns, young people, which are diamonds in the rough, and then all the way to associates and trainees and managers and so on and so forth. What our HR does is a great job along with universities, communities, awakening in those young people the desire to do what is right. We have strong relationships with educational institutions, and we also train those people when they come to us. And when those people come to work on the first day, we invite their families to be together as they start their new phase in life. That's happening in Brazil, across Brazil. That's what 3tentos does in terms of HR. And I can share commitments along technology, new markets, sustainable practices, growth, as I said. I can share all of that with you, our view and of all the management, which is the following. We will continue to work seriously in a dedicated manner, always seeking excellence. But we won't be over-optimistic. We will be always serious, sensible, in capital allocation with a look or with an eye on returns. Of course, operating responsibly as we move towards our objectives. So for this last slide, that's what I had. João Marcelo will have his final remarks, and then we can go to the closing. I think the commitments are there, as you've seen. I think consistency and the constants that we have in delivering our results, that's clear to everyone, quite clear. I think I hope we are able to reinforce all that. So people, the right team, in the right place, developing those people, that's what will make a difference at the end of the day. To build a plant like we just saw in the film, that's easy if you have the right people at the helm, at the management, and at the operational level. Otherwise, it becomes impossible. So people make a difference across all sectors. Any business leader will tell you, labor is key. People are the solution, not the challenge. And I heard that some time ago, and that really marked. People are the solution, not the challenge. And that's how we treat it. I'd like to reinforce that. We were fortunate to have very good people with us who believe in our purpose and who will follow along with us to take the company way beyond where we have been.
Okay.
Thank you. Very good. Thank you for the information, the insights. And now let's move. Let's now hear it for our three guests here on stage.
Ficam aqui comigo no palco,
And
Luiz
here
Osório.
on stage, Luiz Osório, João Marcelo. I'd like to call our management team to join us on stage because we'll now start our Q&A. So I'd like to ask you all, so you have a QR code, but we'll now have the microphone going around. So if you have a question, please raise your hand, and our team will take the mic to you. So we'll have this first in person, and then we'll have some questions posted on the QR code.
Já temos microfone?
We have a mic out there.
Que se apresente, faça sua pergunta e se souber a quem será direcionado também pode.
Your name and your question, please. Thank you for the presentation. Great event. Congratulations. We were talking about your numbers a couple of days ago, so congratulations on your numbers, on your track record, on your history, going back to the IPO. In addition to people, you also have a very strong culture, right? You have the right people and the right culture, I believe. Two questions that I have. My name is Gabriel Barra from Citibank. two questions. Number one, you talked about expansion. I'd like to talk about the geographic expansion. We talked about that during the IPO. Mato Grosso was a question mark. It proved to be the right decision. And now we are coming to a moment where we have some turbulence in the market, which is only natural, we know. But there's also opportunities out there. I'd like to hear from you about geographical expansion going forward. How do you think about going about it? What kind of format do we envision for future geographical expansions? Number two, we've seen a slightly more challenged sector for the past 2 years, and you were able to navigate really well those turbulent waters. And we saw some growth way above the average of Brazil. And my question is, can we expect that same level of growth for the next 10 years? That's what we should expect? Or do you expect the company to be more in line with the sector in terms of growth?
Obrigado, Barra.
Thank you for your question. Start with the second question. The percentage of growth that we expect to see coming is difficult to predict. We have a growth in share because of new stores. We have a growth in share in terms of old stores where we have improved our performance, and of course, an increase in geography. So we started working back in 1995, and it was well accepted by growers in the regions where we operate. And now we can better understand their needs. So we know that returns will come from there. And the closer we work with those growers, and the more they buy from us, the more grains they'll be originating as well as a consequence. And that's how we see the market, right? Those farmers are our clients, and those farmers are also our suppliers. So within our identity, that's how we position ourselves in terms of the farmers, always trying to bring them the best solution. So it's difficult to anticipate numbers. We continue to grow, but the pace is difficult to predict. We have a market which is a market of commodities. Sometimes prices are high, sometimes prices are low, but growth will be there regardless. As for the first question, for the geography, I'll ask João Marcelo to jump in. We had the 12 states listed on the first slide. João Marcelo can delve into that. What I can tell you now is that we'll take one step at a time. And, we are always planning. We know where could go, but we want to be sure we are taking the right step.
Bom, em relação à primeira pergunta,
as for the first question, the plan was described, 69 stores to 100 stores until 2030. So there will be growth there. The numbers are clear. Within the context, we have growth along Highway 163. We have growth in Araguaia, at least 10 new stores in the Araguaia Valley. So we'll speed that up in that region because there are opportunities in that region. And of course, the ethanol plant will create some traction for that, for us to gain speed. And as for other geographies, based on our business model, we are, of course, assessing possibilities and analyzing possibilities, but our model for a new geography, it will simply replicate the models we used before. An industrial plant surrounded by units, by stores. So when that happens, it'll be according to that winning model. Okay? Would you like to add something? One final comment. You talked about 10 years. 10 years is a long term. We have a plan for 2030, but if we look back to what we have presented already, we have a very good outlook to grow for at least the next 2 years. It's already contracted, if you will. We talked about contracted demand. Our expectation is that we'll have contracted, defined growth for the next 2 years and then for 2030.
Então vamos lá para a próxima pergunta.
Next question, please.
Ali, por favor, seu nome e a pergunta, por favor.
Gustavo Troiano do Itaú.
My name is Gustavo from Itaú BBA. Thank you for your questions. It's nice to have you all here answering the questions. 2 questions. Number 1 about biomass, which was just announced. I'd like to try and understand origination on the one hand, and then forestry on the other hand. If you could express or explore the economics of both phases. Do you know how much biomass you will need all the way down to production and the forests you start to invest in? Are you going to be searching for partners or not? And a second question, still on corn ethanol, and speaking on a broader approach. When we think about corn ethanol, consuming corn and biomass and generating ethanol and DDG, I'd like to understand the following. When you look at those 4 variables versus your initial planning, what would you classify as better opportunities? Ethanol, DDG, or biomass? And where do you see bottlenecks? So bottlenecks versus opportunities across those 4 items. So to better understand where you see more opportunities. Thank you. Thank you for your question, Gustavo. Of course, you saw that biomass is a hot topic. I will ask João Marcelo to address that, but Luiz Augusto will also be able to talk about the market, about how we are working ethanol and DDG. Please, João Marcelo, please.
Na questão da biomassa, como eu já
As
trouxe,
for biomass,
nessas duas,
as I said before, we have those 2 fronts.
São frentes que têm,
those are fronts that
frente ao nosso, assim, elas estão muito competitivas.
They are very competitive vis-à-vis our model.
Fizemos o plano de negócios.
When we had our business plan, we had a model, and we were quite conservative in drawing up the model because we had a limited view of what was going to happen going forward. But today, we have very competitive raw material in place. Our biomass cost will be similar to the cost that we have along Highway 163, especially when you look at peer companies. There will be no penalties, I don't think. We might even have some advantage because of the geographic proximity. And when we look at forestry, forestry also provides competitiveness. Maybe today, the biomass origination might be slightly more competitive than biomass coming from forestry. But that tends to change. And then when we reach the first cycle of using our own forests, we'll be at the very least at a balance. And we are, as I said, investing in the geographic proximity. So investing in biomass is quite relevant. from the point of view of competitiveness. So biomass has always been a source of concern for us, but we are quite confident that we are well positioned and our plan is moving forward. We have managed to advance, and it'll make us more competitive. We don't see it as a bottleneck. Thank you for the question. It's difficult not to touch upon those topics, opportunity vis-a-vis bottlenecks. And we look at the three products, raw material, and the products we will be trading, corn, DDG, and ethanol, in that order. Corn today, well, in that region, we already have enough offer to supply the demand coming from the plant. But if you go back to that chart, when we looked at the potential to convert pasture land to agriculture, and also when you look at our geographical location, where we have more favorability, right? So we believe in expanding the area, which will bring even more reassurance, including for future projects. So as for corn, we're already working on it with barter stores already up and running, the origination team at work. So we already have corn originated to start up the plant. So we are quite confident. We see it as a bottleneck, but we trust our execution capacity. Moving to DDG, the first of the co-products from corn ethanol, we understand there is a way to cover in Mato Grosso and in Brazil to intensify cattle breeding. We will probably be exporting that DDG, but with an internal market with a growing demand, a market that will be built along the coming years. But we do believe in exports. As I said before, our DDG will be sold at a premium when compared to American DDG, which is now leading the export market for DDG. And lastly, when you talk about ethanol, we have synergies with our current model because we grow and we trade biofuels, biodiesel in this case. So we'll have an array of the same clients with whom we are in close contact to try and understand where the market is. And they also see us as the first company in that region to do so. And we believe that our main opportunities are in the north and the northeast regions of Brazil. There is a market for ethanol, both anhydrous and otherwise, and it makes sense for 3tentos. We have a question, please. You may carry on. Good afternoon. From UBS. Thank you. Congratulations on your numbers. My first question is about HR. On the first panel, you mentioned the relevance of retaining retail people. We've seen some peers facing financial and operating difficulties. Within this context, do you see a higher turnover in the labor force in this sector? And how does 3tentos position itself to be able to capture value in this market and absorb the available labor, skilled labor? And also, a question about corn ethanol and also the DDG versus ethanol. I'd like to understand how you could quantify. Do you see a premium or a discount in ethanol? And what about DDG? Some peers can offset 40% of their costs through DDG. Some get close to 30%. Where do you see your plant in terms of offsetting that? Thank you for the question. I think Eduardo can answer those questions. And Miziara, our HR head, also, please. in terms of what we do to attract and retain skilled labor. But Eduardo, you can start.
Essas movimentações, e aí eu já assim, te dando a nossa posição, que, ou melhor, reforçando, de que
I'd like to reinforce that
contratamos primeiro pessoas identificadas
we
com a
hire
companhia.
people who identify with the company, with the culture. But then Viziara can complement what I've said. Thank you for the question. How to attract professionals, people who make a difference. Luis just mentioned, we select people based on their values, on their principles. We believe in our training process.
Só que, assim, eu que toco a liderança de
I lead those fronts, working with regional managers. Things have become easier, I think, in time. We've put together Araguaia in less than 90 days with all teams up and running. And that's driven by the success we had in Highway 163. We had a challenging phase before as we started working in Mato Grosso. We were more questioned at the time, and it was difficult for us to find professionals and capture them and retain them. But today, things are easier because of the success we achieved along Highway 163. And that, of course, has to do with our credibility, trust, reputation of our brand, and that helps us attract more people, more good people. And we have been able to retain them. We still look at them and we see their eyes still bright with pride to work with us. We have several managers we started on day one and are with us to date. And that goes to prove that our model is working. The model of being close to the client, close to farmers, providing security and reassurance in what we do. And I hope I can continue to work along those lines in terms of attracting and retaining people. Ms. Yara, if you could talk about the retaining our people, and if you could talk about our purpose. Well, to Eduardo's point, we have a recruiting model. We have internal recruiting, of course. We have a list of competencies that we try to fill, as any other organization does. And so we're able to attract, because of our reputation, we attract good people. And of course, we want to bring people to the team, people who want to be with us, people who choose to work. It's a two-way street, a two-way avenue. We choose those who choose us, so that we have high retention rates within the organization. So that's how we work around our processes, always attracting good people. The market now, it's a very dynamic market. People move around, they try to feel the pulse of different companies, and turnover is only natural. And in this context, retaining has a lot to do with the leadership, with opportunities, with career paths offered by companies. Opportunities offered to those who are joining, those who are already part of the team. That's how we manage people within 3tentos. It's a very simple way based on values, because that's where our wealth lies. This culture around identity, that's very important for us. That's how we manage people at 3tentos. Going back to corn ethanol, I think it all starts on the industry pillar. Everything that's being done, and you saw this in the video, is being done based on high production technology so that we can seek more efficiency, not only for ethanol, but across our industrial activities, so that we can extract ethanol and DDG to an optimal level. Specifically about those products, going back to what I said before when I talked about cattle breeding, in Brazil as a whole, as we intensify that, we saw that Brazil still ranks number 2 in terms of beef production in the world, even though we have the largest commercial herd in the world. The US produces more meat with half the herd that we have. That has to do with our intensification in cattle breeding. And our location in the Araguaia Valley brings us the opportunity to develop that market regionally. We believe that our DDG will be competitive in that region, and we could even have a premium because we see that the chain will be galvanized. Today, we have good cattle raising, not many packing plants, but soon after we announced the investment in corn ethanol, we saw that the meat packing industry has gathered to launch a project in the region to build another packing plant. So as we see it, there will be a conversion or intensification both in raising and in packing in the region and slaughtering, not only in Araguaia, but also in the southeastern part of Pará, where we have the largest herd of the country in Pará state. And as for corn ethanol, I'll be back to a previous point, which is market creation. Pará, Maranhão, Tocantins, all those states, surrounding states, do not consume that much ethanol. In Rio Grande do Sul, also, ethanol is not competitive when compared to gasoline. So we understand this will also bring about, at least at first, a positive outcome for prices, both for DDG and for ethanol. Thank you. One more question. Good morning, Henrique from Bradesco. Thank you. Congratulations on your track record. I have two questions. First, about the first panel, about the consolidation of your resale model and the distribution model for inputs. You mentioned that the integration of offering, operational excellence, credit, relationship. If you could think about a longer time frame, which of those would you highlight in terms of standalone sales? And if there is any major difference between the Mato Grosso model and the Rio Grande do Sul model. And the second question is about your crushing capacity. You are pushing the 2030 guidance forward to next year, close to 10.5 thousand tons a day. What I'd like to hear from you is, in terms of competitiveness, especially when you think about the meal and logistics, and you have this new terminal being built in Miritituba, will it make you more competitive or not? How do you combine all of that? Thank you. Nice to have you. We will split your questions here. So I'll start with Ben-Hur, and then Alan can jump in for the first question, and then Luis Augusto and Leandro will address the second question on the industrial part of your question, for us to increase our soybean crushing capacity, and Luis Augusto on the commercial front. Thank you for the question. I think there are a few important aspects. Consolidation will continue, of course, but we believe in synergies, that connection we can have across meal, grains, barter, and inputs with a research team which is quite active. That sets us apart, I'd say. We talk about doing the bread and butter, the simple things very efficiently. So we need to become more sophisticated through technology and so on, but we need to be efficient. We need to be close to farmers to understand their needs, and then we have to be ready to provide the support they need, especially in terms of logistics. I think that's an important point, and this will always be a challenge to make logistics happen within a shorter window. So that ability to have short-term execution for fertilizer, seed, crop protection, that's an important driver for the operation, very much in line with our close proximity with the farmer.
Complementando bem, obrigado, Henrique, pela pergunta.
Thank you, Ben-Hur. The transformation is not coming in only one direction. Part of it is coming from the farm out and the other outside in. What do I mean by that? Farmers now, when you go back in time, 10 years ago, things are different. Farmers are more professional. To Eduardo's point, we need to scale up our team's ability to service those farmers. Sometimes we look at it as a B2C business, but it is a B2B business. We are selling to a green industrial plant whose owner is a farmer. That's how we see it, and that's part of the transformation. The other part is also transformative, but what we've realized when we look at the business is that we have to find a place for a way to facilitate solutions. That's why the first panel was not dedicated to inputs. It was a go-to-market strategy, looking at farmers from the point of view of inputs and grains. And also to Ben-Hur's point, the BDI. Maybe there is, I don't know. We are the only company in retail to distribute inputs, and it has its own research center doing high-level research, scientific research with publications, which can also understand what farmers need in a more systematic approach. We cannot talk to farmers isolatedly, thinking about pests or diseases or market. We need to approach them as a crop system. So the transformation comes from the farm, but also comes from us, from the outside. That's where we position ourselves. About the expansion of industry, taking a step back, when we started the factory in Vera, the 2,600 tons a day was ready to be expanded, right? And we increased with 2,600 because we acted responsibly. We needed to know the market and everything, the sale, the trading. We need to understand that better. But that matured over time. And a year down the road, we have already decided or realized that we needed to expand that capacity. Expansion is always good, but we need to optimize processes because that dilutes fixed costs. We had a more conservative plan in terms of expansion, but the dynamics changed and we found the opportunity and we jumped ahead. I have been helping with a new project from 2,600. We were thinking about having a new project to export via Miritituba. Now that is materializing. We expect licenses to be issued by the end of the year. And for January, we expect to assemble the new expansion plans. To Leandro's point, I liked when you said responsibly. As we arrived in Vera, Mato Grosso, overall, we started with inputs, origination, grains, culminating with the industry. So it was a very responsible path, and that reassures us in our path going forward as we expand the plant and origination following suit. We are already exporting the surplus to the plant. But to your point about logistics for meal, not only in Rio Grande do Sul, but also in Mato Grosso, our main goal is to work by diversifying our modes of shipping. Rio Grande do Sul, we have our railway junctions close to plants, but we still service our internal market for meal, which is relevant in the south, supported by highway logistics. And in Mato Grosso, our intention is to go to the north and also continue to work through the south, not only because of logistics security, but because it makes sense commercially speaking. In 2025, even without our logistics company via Maris, but using other partners, we will have a program in place to export meal via the North Arc. We had a pilot program going on this year for that, and we continue working through the South Arc as well, because we understand that ports will improve their performance, both in Rio Grande do Sul, all the ports in the Southern Arc. They'll become more able to export to Southeast Asia. And the Northern Arc for soybean meal, looking at Europe, Northern Africa, Central America. That's our objective, to diversify and not concentrate logistics risk, and also to be able to have a share in all those export markets. Thank you.
Até vou fazer uma pergunta aqui, ou duas.
I'll ask a question.
Eu vou pedir dois comentários aqui.
I'll ask for two comments for Luis Pedro, our Financial Services Director, and from Cristiano, an overview you could have about those two areas, please. Thank you. I think 3tentos Cap has been mentioned a couple of times here. And we're also always looking at opportunities, but I will use the same expression used before. We look at 3tentos Cap as an important growth vertical, but also look at 3tentos Cap as a responsible arm. We know that credit or finance has a large, long avenue ahead of us to be explored, actually by Brazil as a whole in agribusiness, and also within 3tentos, of course. 3tentos Cap, from early on, we decided to follow along a non-conventional way. We have an authorized financial institution. We did not securitize our papers. We chose to be an institution. We realized it would add more value if we set up an authorized institutional. We've been operational for 3 years. We have been operating under very severe climatic adversities, which clearly led us to operate very responsibly. And that's a trade-off from the point of view of growth vis-a-vis results. So we continue to look at 3tentos Cap as a great growth avenue. We have a full commercial team spread out our geographies with a clear objective of offering a value-added option to farmers. We know that farmers, within their investment scope, they will spend a good portion of what they need with inputs, but we also know that within the context that we have today in agribusiness, a good portion of that will also be used to pay financial costs. And we, of course, want to be part of that market through, as I said, responsible management, closely monitoring the market, and based on all the knowledge, on all the legacy work that we have from 3tentos. to support farmers with quality financial products. One of them is our credit card, which is accepted around the world. It's a Visa card. It's the only one in the market. We have the only card in the market with millions of BRLs already transactioned, which is a product material, which is that for farmers to better manage their financials. We continue to be optimistic, but a responsible optimism with innovative products in our portfolio. Thank you. Okay, I'll complement the company's philosophy. As Ms. Yara said, I have a strong culture, and one of the points under culture for the company is safety. As you've said, we have many opportunities ahead of us, and we need to try and access those opportunities in a safe manner. So we have been raising resources and trying to extend maturity dates to make sense for our shareholders. You recently learned that we are able to access BNDES through the Climate Fund credit line. So with that, increase in CapEx will happen in a more efficient way. All those opportunities will be captured without hurting our financial lines. As it was also said here today, within this context of strengths of the company, relationship is also important. And when we talk about relationship, we talk about long-term relations, not only with suppliers, not only with partners, but also with the financial institutions around us. And within this model, our suppliers as well. So today we have relationships which are long-lasting with suppliers, which allow us to work more efficiently around financing, offering solutions that make sense to them and also for us. And a third element that I have to highlight is to explain why 3tentos is what we are, where we see a good financial result coming out of that ecosystem. It's because we have within the segment of grains and within the segment of industry, we have the capacity to generate cash within a receivable term, which is shorter than what we see in the input retail space. That's a strength that we have. We are able to expand, we're able to compensate our capital in a very efficient manner whenever we expand, because those expansions soon become EBITDA and cash generation. So all those elements represent the financial strength of the company, which is the result of the work of the whole team, of all our employees across the units. So we are working out in the field, close to farmers, working with credit lines, as Pedro said, working on ways to better manage the land. All of that results in a complete ecosystem for agribusiness. Very good. Let's go for our last question. Good morning, Santander. Thank you. I think all questions have been answered about performance. You mentioned that expanding seeds in Rio Grande do Sul, that's in the pipeline. And the Rio Grande do Sul model is not exactly the same model in Mato Grosso. I'd like to understand, if you were to do a benchmark, especially of what is around retail, seeds, the mixing plant, when you look at Mato Grosso, when you look at Rio Grande do Sul, does it make sense to replicate or not? And what's the time frame for that, for replicating that model? Thank you for your question. Yes, the models are different. I'll start with seeds. Rio Grande do Sul is a state, by nature, a state to grow seeds. 3tentos from day one, we have been producing seeds, our seed production has always been geared towards our final consumer, so we do not use other channels to do that. We use the direct channel. We sell our seeds along with our technological bundles, period. And we have been improving production along with our increase in share as we move into larger markets in Rio Grande do Sul. For Mato Grosso, it's a different model. The region where we are, 163 and Araguaia Valley, they are not regions that would allow us to produce seeds competitively. So we adopted a different model, a partnership-based model. We contract production. We have invested in Vera. In industry, we have a chilled distribution center for seeds. We have a quality control lab for seeds also there, and an industrial seed treatment plant installed, TSI as we call it. So that's the last mile for the seed, as we say. We'll have a contracted production under our brand, 3tentos, with our total full quality control and with a very efficient control for logistics and seed treatment close to consumers. So that's a model we understand to be working, and we will replicate that in Araguaia. That will provide us competitiveness, control, and profitability. Perhaps you could complement, and then I'll talk about fertilizers. Just to complement that production is starting across 5 states: Minas Gerais, Goiás, Bahia, and Mato Grosso. 4 states to dilute risk and to reassure us that we'll have enough volume. And that seed will also supply our stores, just like we do in Rio Grande do Sul. As for fertilizers, in Rio Grande, we have operations both in our own plant in Ijuí and in a third-party plant in Rio Grande. We revamped the plant in Ijuí, optimizing and using railroad access, especially for their return freight, using railroads, which of course increases competitiveness. And in Mato Grosso, for 2024, we made the first importation. So we're also working our own brand, 3fertil, in Mato Grosso. And we are now working to have a very similar model as we have in Rio Grande do Sul. We have a combination of partners, companies we work with, our own production, importing our own brand. So that combination for fertilizer, internal market plus importation provides us with the necessary logistic flexibility to move forward and respond to market trends without the need to have high inventories. Fertilizers in Mato Grosso, and that's why we're being cautious, is because logistically, for each region where we operate, we have different competitive profiles linked with the logistics operation. So as time goes by, as stores mature, we will need to reinforce strategies across different partners and different business models. But at the end of the day, it will replicate what we already have in Rio Grande, but with higher footprint or larger footprint. Thank you. Our time is up, and I'll thank you all. Our team will remain available here after the end of the event. We still have one question from the chat, and because we are on the top of the hour, I'd like to thank you all. But this is the last question. We selected one question that came to us through the QR code, the most recurring topic, which was also logistics. about the growing origination of grains. So the question is, how is 3tentos getting ready in terms of logistics, and how do you look forward in terms of having its own fleet to better optimize expenses? I think we have already touched upon some of those topics, especially for meal, our main shipped product across different modes. It all starts with planning. We talked about the predictability that we have coming from our industry pillar. When we contemplate the next cycle, the next crop year, we are able to determine a pace to ship the meal. For grains, we have been working along the same model of planning ahead and contracting ahead, using our own fleet or resorting to partners for railway, waterways, or even highways. Specifically about our own fleet, we are focused on Rio Grande do Sul, where we have shorter distances, what we call short freight, from the units to the industry. So our fleet is focused on that region, short distances, not only for grain, but also for the meal returning to feed industries and so on, and inputs that go back to the units. We have also invested in the same. So our fleet has been growing gradually, but it represents a minor part of our volume because Brazil is well serviced with trucks, with increasingly larger infrastructure across different modes of transportation. Thank you. Thank you to the management for this moment. Let's hear it for them as we wrap up the event. Here with me on stage, João Marcelo, Luiz Osário. Now we have the closing and then a final video. I don't want to be holding you back any longer, so thank you for being here, especially those who stayed through the end. Also, a big thank you to all of you who followed us on YouTube. This has been a very, very happy morning for us to be able to share the company from end to end. 3tentos is not complex, it is complete. And we continue to follow the trend with responsibility, sensibility, and we will make the most of all opportunities that come our way. Well, once again, thank you. We remain confident in our work, in our hard work. We continue to deliver results, and we remain available here after the event for any comments or questions you may still have, not only our RI team, but ourselves in the management team. So feel free to come to us. We always learn a lot from your questions. They're always thought-provoking, and we like them. And you can be sure you were talking to a company that, above all, is a humble company. Humble because we know we always have a lot to improve, a lot to learn. And that's what we do every day. We get out of bed every day knowing we can improve always. Okay? Thank you once again.
Falar de 3tentos é falar de vida.
Somos o ecossistema mais completo do agronegócio brasileiro. E por isso, todos os dias, quando a gente levanta da cama, estamos indo criar um campo mais vivo.
A 3tentos ela tem uma atuação diferenciada no agro brasileiro. Na nossa visão, ele é o único nesse ecossistema que atua nos insumos agrícolas, que atua na comercialização de grãos, atua na industrialização, mas sempre com uma visão de oferecer também a esse produtor rural soluções financeiras. Então, a 3tentos, cobrindo todas essas áreas, a gente tem uma atuação ampla. É o produtor rural no centro do negócio.
No final das contas, toda a tecnologia que oferecemos para o produtor, a eficiência que os nossos produtos agregam e até a nossa relação de confiança com ele tem um objetivo claro: produzir mais alimentos e energia renovável enquanto a gente preserva o meio ambiente.
Na agricultura, como na vida, uma boa colheita depende de um bom plantio. A 3tentos, na sua história, sempre primou por estar fazendo boas conexões, boas parcerias, para que as colheitas do nosso futuro, para que os projetos que a gente está implantando e ainda vai implantar muitos deles, tenham sim seus resultados, sucesso, benefício para o agricultor principalmente e benefício para a sociedade.
Desde o primeiro dia, quando nós começamos lá em 1995, nós fizemos a diferença porque nós atuamos nessa base que é a segurança alimentar, nessa base que é uma energia renovável. E estamos construindo isso com muita responsabilidade, estamos construindo isso com seriedade.
Nós construímos um negócio sólido e robusto, e por isso que para nós é natural planejar os nossos próximos anos.
A 3tentos está em pleno crescimento. Várias oportunidades, vários novos mercados. A 3tentos segue a sua caminhada no Mato Grosso, através do projeto já implantado na BR-63, com a nossa indústria Invera como centro da operação. E agora, desde o início desse ano, implantando no Vale do Araguaia a nova indústria de etanol de milho.
É um ciclo de crescimento que nós começamos de 24 até 2030, onde a 3tentos estará cobrindo 100% da área de agricultura no Rio Grande do Sul, áreas de soja, milho, trigo e arroz. Nós estamos localizados numa região que das mais importantes do mundo.
O agro move o mundo e nós movemos o agro.
O futuro do agro já começou, com investimento e inovação. Prosperamos junto com o produtor rural, produzindo alimentos, energia e trabalhando em prol de um mundo mais sustentável.
Nós acreditamos nesse novo ciclo de crescimento. Vamos juntos?
Recording stopped.